When We Meet Again, by Cher Etten. A romancely.com story. Blurb. An interracial, medical, high school sweethearts, billionaire romance book. Part 1 in the Megan and Dean trilogy. Top scholar Megan knew that Dean was her total opposite the moment she laid eyes on him. She grew up poor and continued to struggle with money, while he basked in the riches of his billionaire family. Yet, a magnetic attraction defied the boundaries of their two very different lives. But with Dean's old-fashioned family standing in their way, their romance never takes off. When destiny takes an unexpected turn years later, Megan is granted a second chance with her high school crush. Dean lands in Megan's clinic following an accident, and both come to realize that they have undergone personal growth and transformation since their last encounter. And this time they're not able to keep their feelings to themselves. Is this the perfect moment for them to seize the opportunity for love, defying all the differences between them? Or will the collision of their two very different worlds threaten to extinguish the flames of their rekindled connection? Find out in this childhood sweetheart, second chance romance story by Cher Etten. Chapter 1. Megan, her mother called as she came into the trailer at 6 a.m. "Are you awake? If you hurry, Mr. Henley can give you a lift to the bus stop. He's headed out in 10. Megan pushed the curtain that acted as a partition to her sleeping space aside. "I'm dressed and ready, Mama," she said with a smile. Her mother smiled back at her and flopped on the sofa in exhaustion. The night shift at the hospital really took it out of her sometimes. All the emergencies seemed to happen then. "How was work?" Megan asked. "Great. We had 4 GSWs and it wasn't even the same shootout. One was a woman who was shot by her husband because she was walking out on him. 2 teenagers looked gang-related and 1 middle-aged guy, shot by the police." Megan flinched in sympathy and her mom nodded her response. "Yeah, and that was the fun part. There was the diabetic going into insulin shock because of too many missed meals, and that HIV-positive mom who comes in for checkups turned up with jaundice. Fun times." "Wow, Mom, I do not know how you do it," Megan said as she gathered her school books together. "Frankly, my dear, neither do I. I'm off to shower and sleep now, so do you need anything?" "I'm fine, Mama," Megan said, leaning up to kiss her mother as she passed on her way out. Her mother waved and wished her a good day, and then she was off to the shower. Megan could see how tired she was. In addition to working full-time as a nurse at the general hospital, her mother also worked part-time at the grocery store as a clerk. She made barely enough to make ends meet, and Megan knew that, which was why she was applying for academic assistance to attend Dalton School. She'd taken her test for the interview and had just received the notification that she'd passed and had been awarded a place. Now all she had to do was convince them that she qualified for one of their scholarships. She was ready to work extra hard on this if they would just agree to pay her tuition and maybe give her a small stipend for books. If they agreed with her, then she could tell her mother. She knew how much it would break her mother's heart if she knew that her daughter wanted to attend a school that she couldn't pay for. So there was no use in getting both their hopes up. She'd try for the scholarship. If she succeeded, then yay. If she failed, well, Mother would never have to know she'd even applied. Mr. Henley was waiting for her, leaning on his semi as he smoked a cigarette. He smiled when he saw her approach and walked to his door, getting into the truck and pulling open the passenger door for her. Classic rock was already blasting from the speakers of his stereo. Mr. Henley had infected her with his penchant for rock music from the 80s. He had everything from AC/DC to Bon Jovi, and he not only introduced her to it, but was always picking up both CDs and vinyl for her when he went on his trips. She figured that she liked the music so much because listening to it gave her a chance to use her late father's record player that he bequeathed to her. And Mr. Henley was right, the music really did sound better on vinyl. They talked about the possibility of seeing you two in concert when they came to town in a few weeks. Mr. Henley thought that he could maybe get tickets, but Megan couldn't really afford to buy concert tickets and she wouldn't take one for free. Mr. Henley tried to make it seem like she'd be doing him a favor if she agreed to go with him, but Megan's mama had taught her that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Mr. Henley was nice and all, but it just didn't pay to put any ideas in his head. And going out to a rock concert with him was crossing the line. Not that she'd ever seen any evidence that he was into pedophilia or anything, but best to be safe rather than sorry. Mr. Henley, it's really nice of you to offer, but my mama wouldn't like for me to go out with you like that on my own, so I can't. I'm sorry, she said. Well, how about I just give you the ticket and you go on your own, he wheedled. Megan thought about it. No. I can't go on my own, I'm not old enough and I still can't pay for the ticket. Mr. Henley sighed. Fine then. I'll just have to record it for you on my video camera. It's not the same as seeing it live though. I know, Megan said wistfully, and I really wish I could go, but I can't. Hey. What if they're not free? What if you wash my trailer for me for a month as exchange? Mr. Henley suggested, very excited at his brilliant compromise. Megan smiled to see him so excited. I can't, Mr. Henley. I still wouldn't be able to go because I can't go alone. And you won't let me take you, he sighed in disappointment and was so preoccupied with their conversation that he almost passed the bus stop. Fine then. It's your funeral, he said as he let her out. By Mr. Henley, Megan said with a small wave. You have a good day, Miss Sunshine, he replied with a smile of his own and drove off into the sunrise. There were some other kids from her school waiting for the bus as well, and they greeted her casually but then went back to their conversation. Megan was a bright student and she was an apt pupil, but that didn't mean she knew how to win friends and influence people. Being an only child and living more as roommates and friends with her mom rather than traditional mother and daughter meant that she was used to having conversations that didn't begin with like. She also had a very clear picture of what she wanted her future to look like and was laser focused on that. It didn't leave her a lot in common with her classmates. Megan didn't mind though. She had all the friends she needed in Mr. Henley and her mother. The school bus drew up and the driver got the door open, giving Megan a grin. He always grinned at her. He had told her one time that her hair reminded him of Donna Summer in her prime. Megan hadn't known who that was, so she'd gone to look her up on Yahoo. Looking at the great halo of Donna Summer's hair in a picture she'd found, she nodded her agreement. Yeah, she could see how the giant poof she wore her hair in would remind Clarence of this music star. And she was also a tall girl, willowy. The only discordant note was the glasses she wore and her braces. She decided to take it as a compliment. Megan had always been a glass-half-full type of person. Ms. Laney was waiting for her as the bus drew up at the school. She was instrumental in helping Megan apply to Dalton School, and today they needed to prep for the interview that would determine whether or not she got that scholarship. They only had 30 minutes before class began and the interview was at lunch hour. It would have to be enough. Come in, Megan Leonard, is it? Don't be scared, the severe-looking lady with the tortoise-shell glasses said. There was a panel of 3 people, the severe lady, a pale fat gentleman in a black suit and a pinstriped lawyer type with a pince-nez. Megan wasn't afraid, but a lot was riding on this interview and a lot of thought went into every step she took. That might have made her appear a bit tentative, but Megan wasn't sure that was entirely a bad thing. Might make at least one of these panelists sympathetic. As long as she was articulate and convincing. Megan prayed that she would be convincing enough. Heaven knew there were enough people waiting to take her place if she wasn't. You applied to this school to join our high school next year, did you not? Severe woman asked. The other 2 panelists were just staring at her. Yes, I did, she replied, nodding her head once. In honor of the occasion, she'd tied her hair in a tight bun at the back of her head. Ms. Laney had helped her with the style. She'd said it made her look more serious. "And you passed and have been accepted?" Sevier asked her again. "Yes, ma'am," she replied, nodding again. "So please tell us in your own words why you feel you qualify for this scholarship," the lady asked her. Megan took a deep breath and began to speak. Her father had died in the First Iraq War. He had been an army medic who died when the camp was bombed by friendly fire. They received his small military pension, but it was barely enough to keep them clothed. Her mother worked 2 jobs as a nurse and a store clerk to provide for them, but there was definitely no money for private school. Megan had been a good student consistently throughout her formative years, as well as an active participant in student politics. She worked as a photographer for the school newspaper, and a photograph of hers had been used by the local papers. She aspired to be a surgeon, and she knew that Dalton was a stepping stone that could get her where she needed to be. She asked nicely for their consideration and pledged to work hard to ensure that if they chose her they would be vindicated in that choice. She thanked them nicely for taking the time to interview her and listen to her. By the time she was finished, fat pasty-looking guy was actually looking interested in the proceedings. She wondered why they didn't introduce themselves. Perhaps they didn't want her to have their names in case they rejected her bid. It was the final day of exams when Ms. Laney asked her to stay behind after all her classmates had filed out. She looked grim, and Megan braced herself for news that was maybe not good. She began to think what her plan B could be. Public high schools might not be an automatic into an Ivy League school, nevertheless, it wasn't impossible. "Megan, I just received a reply from the panel at Dalton. I haven't opened the letter." "I thought we could do it together," Ms. Laney said. Megan could barely find the wherewithal to nod her head. She swallowed hard. Suddenly her mouth was really dry. Had she gotten in? Ms. Laney slit open the envelope and pulled out the letter. "Dear Ms. Leonard, we are pleased to offer you dash." That's as far as Ms. Laney got before Megan was screaming and crying in her arms. Her joy could hardly be contained. She snatched the letter to read the words for herself. They were offering her the scholarship as well as a book stipend. Furthermore, transportation to and from school was part of the package. Megan's heart was so full she felt it was leaking out of her through her eyes. She looked up at Ms. Laney. It looked like she was leaking at the eyes too. "You should go and tell your mother," she said to Megan. Megan nodded mutely and ran out of the door, forgetting her bag behind her. When Megan began high school, she had all these lofty ideas of how Dalton School would be. She imagined herself having debates on history, culture, and politics with her classmates and teachers, but she quickly learned one thing. School kids were the same everywhere, and teachers were more concerned with homework turned in on time than abstract debates on subjects beyond their ability to do anything about. So just like in middle school, Megan found herself spending more and more time in the library, among books which were always ready to engage her in her hunger for knowledge and higher truths. She took to spending her spare time in there, reading everything that caught her eye. The Dalton Library was certainly extensive. She didn't have as much time to utilize it as she would like. As soon as she turned 16, she began work at Mr. Henley's garage, keeping his records in order after school. She liked the job because it taught her a lot about managing finances on a tight budget, plus Mr. Henley didn't mind if she read her books on her breaks. The perpetual rock music playing in the background was also another plus. She was working for a boss she liked, in a job she enjoyed, and surrounded by her favorite music. She couldn't ask more from life. She was working late one night, or rather she'd gotten caught up reading the Iliad while Bon Jovi blasted from the speakers, and she didn't want to move when a new customer drove into the garage. She peered down from the window in the office and saw that the garage was deserted. Mr. Henley had said something about going out for a smoke. No smoking was allowed in the garage because it was a fire hazard, and it was late, so no one else seemed to be around. She wondered what she should do. It wasn't like she could help the customer with his car. He alighted from the vehicle and Megan got a load of his full head of hair as he looked around for someone to help him. He looked lost. The car was too expensive for this neighborhood and the guy was too well dressed. Megan stood and left the office, descending the stairs self-consciously as the guy watched her come to him. She guessed there was nothing else to look at really, but still she wished he would look away. "Hi. Can I help you?" she asked him. Now that she was up close to him and standing on the same level, she could see how tall he was, and well built. But not as old as she'd first thought when she saw his clothes. No, he was closer to her age than the mid-20s she'd assumed at his outfit. Fitted khaki slacks and blue-fitted shirt that looked tailor-made for him. His dark hair was windswept and untidy, but that could have been because he just alighted from a convertible Lamborghini Aventador if she wasn't mistaken. His green eyes were so intent on her that she felt like squirming but drew herself up instead and looked back at him. "Where do I know you from?" he asked, ignoring her question. "What?" "I'm pretty sure I don't know you," she replied, and then wondered if that was rude and if Mr. Henley would be mad at her for being brusque with his customers. "Yes. I've seen you somewhere," he said, looking her up and down. And then his eyes fell on the book in her hand. It was emblazoned with the Dalton School along its sleeve, which was facing him. The frown cleared from his face. "Oh, you're the scholarship chick in my biological science class, aren't you?" he asked. "You look different without the mountain of books you're usually carrying." Megan stared at him in stupefaction. "What?" she asked, completely stymied by the fact that not only did this guy actually know her but that he remembered her from school. She'd been feeling practically invisible at Dalton. Apart from her friend Baneberry, "Call me Bane," he always said something about Batman, who she'd met in her elective creative writing course. She had been pretty sure no one else in the school even knew she existed. She wasn't even important enough to bully. "Yeah. You sit in the front and your hand is always up even when the teacher hasn't really asked a question," he said, smirking slightly. If Megan had been any lighter skinned she'd be blushing, but even so she felt her cheeks grow hot. "Oh, well, that notwithstanding, how can I help you at this moment?" she asked him. "Are you a mechanic?" he asked. "I need a mechanic." "Mr. Henley will be back shortly if you'd like to wait for him," she replied. "Thanks, I will," he said. Megan stared at him, wondering what to say now. What happened?" she asked. "What happened?" the guy echoed. "To your car," Megan clarified, wondering if she should have started with an introduction. The guy seemed to hesitate, so Megan jumped in. "I'm Megan, by the way," she said, stretching out her hand to shake. The guy looked skeptically at it. "Dean," he said, reaching out to shake her hand reluctantly. "Good to meet you, Dean. Are you all right? Your car looks pretty banged up. Did you escape unhurt?" she asked briskly so he would answer without thinking too much about it. Dean looked at his car and then at her. "Well, I think I might have hurt my ribs a bit, but otherwise I'm fine. I just need the car fixed really fast so my dad doesn't need to find out about this," he said. At that point, Mr. Henley stepped inside so Dean and he could talk and come to some agreement. Dean was apparently willing to pay extra if Mr. Henley could repair the car within the night. The side of the car was pretty banged up and normally Mr. Henley would turn down such a deal, but Dean was offering twice his normal rate. "Fine. Let me see what I can do," he said. Dean heaved a sigh of relief and stepped aside so Mr. Henley could assess the damage. Megan stepped closer to him and looked up at him shyly. "If you want, I can take a look at your injuries and see if I can do anything." "Oh. Are you a medic now too?" Dean's tone was just this side of nasty. "I'm trained in first aid," Megan replied neutrally. Dean continued to look at her, then seemed embarrassed at his behavior because he dipped his head and stammered slightly. Yeah, if you don't mind," he mumbled. She led him up to Mr. Henley's office and retrieved the first aid kit from underneath the sink in the bathroom. "You'll need to remove your shirt," she said quietly. Dean smirked and made a show of removing his shirt in a slow and sexy way, unbuttoning slowly and then inching it off his body with slow, careful movements that showed off his chiseled physique to full effect. Megan was diverted until she saw the bruised swelling that ran all the way from his sternum down to his hip bone. It looked like it hurt quite a bit, and Megan gasped in sympathy. Dean glanced downward to see what he was looking at and his face blanched, but he recovered quite quickly and he shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing, barely hurts," he said. Megan turned toward the door. "Stay there, I have some ointment in my trailer that will help with the bruising and the swelling," she said, and then dashed out and left him staring after her in bemusement. Her trailer wasn't far and she was back before long, clutching a container of homemade ointment that contained some aloe vera, valerian root, willow bark, ginger and propolis. It was good for swelling, bleeding and had antibiotic properties as well as being a painkiller. If Dean wanted to keep this accident under the radar, then he very likely wouldn't be visiting a hospital. Best to cover all bases. His shirt was still off and he was sitting on the edge of the desk as if he belonged there. Megan came close and put the jar down, running her hand lightly over his bruises, trying to get a sense of how bad they were. He didn't flinch, but he was holding his breath the entire time her hands were on him. "Does this hurt?" she asked softly. Mutely he shook his head. She went to the sink to get some hot water in a bowl and gently dabbed his side with it. Then she took the ointment and gently dabbed it on as well. She could see him trying to regulate his breathing as she did so and did her best not to hurt him. "There. All done," she said after she was through. "Thank you," Dean said. "You're very welcome," Megan replied and stepped back. "Can I get you something to drink maybe?" Dean smirked at her again, ever the gracious host. He said teasingly, "Sure, I could drink a Coke if you have it." Megan nodded and went down to the Coke dispenser in the lobby. She had a few coins in her hand that she used to get him a Coke. She didn't know why she was bothering with all this for this guy who clearly wasn't too impressed with her anyway. For all she knew, she'd never see him again after tonight. But no, wait, apparently they were in the same class. Megan carried the can of Coke upstairs and gave it to him. He took it with a nod of thanks and drank it down almost in one fell swoop. "So dat you work here, huh?" he asked her when he put the can down. "Yes," she replied and then cast around for something else to say. "You didn't tell me what happened to your car." "It's kind of private," Dean said. "Right-o, sorry, I didn't mean to pry," Megan backed up immediately. Dean grinned at her. "Kidding. My girlfriend was drunk, she was driving, she banged into a telephone pole. Nobody was hurt in the making of this melodrama," he said. "Except you," Megan said. "Except me," Dean replied. "Sorry about that," Megan ventured. "No, it's cool. That's what you get, I guess." "I would hope not. But your girlfriend's fine?" "Still very drunk but safely asleep in her bed," Dean said. Megan nodded her head, wondering at the shenanigans these rich kids got up to. "Is that Iliad you're reading?" Dean asked her, sounding insultingly surprised. "Yes," she bit out in preemptive self-defense. "I always found that Zeus was overrated," Dean said in casual dismissal. Megan couldn't help herself, she puffed up in indignation. "What?" she cried. "What do you mean by overrated? There is absolutely no way in this world or the next that Zeus can be overrated." "Oh yeah," Dean rose to the challenge. "Well, let me count the ways," he said, lifting up his hand in the air to do a verbal countdown. The time flew past as they argued over the Iliad and its implications for modern life and what Homer had said as opposed to what he meant, and before they knew it, Dean's car was ready and it was going on midnight. Megan needed to go home and get some sleep. Luckily, her mother was on night shift again, so she might not find out how late she'd actually gotten in. She bid Dean goodbye and left after assuring him that she could get home by herself perfectly safely. Chapter 2. Megan checked her timetable the next day as she walked into the school. She had biological science at 2 p.m. She wondered how that would go. Should she go up to Dean and maybe say hi, or maybe she should wait for him to say hi to her? Were they friends now or just acquaintances? She needed to talk to Bane about this, he would know. She reached her locker without realizing she was so absent-minded. The perpetually angry kid whose locker was next to hers gave her a particularly rage-filled glare as she accidentally bumped into him, but she hardly noticed, so preoccupied was she. "Watch where you're going, trailer trash," he snarled. Megan hardly noticed. She was too busy fantasizing about how exactly she would smile at Dean. A small conspiratorial smile, maybe he'd give her a discreet wink in return, and then they'd act like they were ignoring each other for the rest of the lesson. Maybe he'd come up to her afterwards and say hi, tell her about a book he'd come across that proved his crass theories about Zeus, maybe press it into her hand and ask her to let him know what she thought. Megan was smiling to herself as she went to her first class of the day, which happened to be creative writing. Due to her lollylagging, she was a little late though, so there was no chance to consult with Bane. The day passed swiftly nevertheless, and although she kept an eye out, she didn't see any sign of Dean in the school at all, not even in the cafeteria at lunchtime. She shrugged away her eagerness, telling herself to calm down. Still, she made it to biological science 10 minutes early and sat in her customary spot at the front, pulling open her book and pretending to read. She could hardly breathe with anticipation. The class gradually filled up, and she looked up every time someone new stepped in the class, her heart leaping in her chest. Her leg was fidgeting against the leg of her desk without her realizing, and when at long last she looked up and it was him, she almost knocked it over with the impact of her leg hitting it. She held her breath, eyes wide with anticipation, as Dean walked into the class flanked by two people she hardly even noticed. She waited for him to catch her eye so she could smile at him, but he just walked right past her desk like she didn't even exist. Megan froze, her eyes helplessly following his progress right to the back of the class, where he sat down and began talking and laughing with his friends without so much as a glance in her direction. Her head whipped back to face the front, face hot with mortification. Obviously she'd made a bit more of their meeting last night than he did. She thought she'd made a new friend, which was just silly now that she really thought about it. She had been the only one present at the garage. Who else was he going to talk to? Didn't mean that he wanted to keep talking to her. Megan felt like such a moron. She pulled her books toward her, concentrating on looking like she was reading, but the text was blurry for some reason. Could be because of the wind bringing moisture to her eyes. There was a tight something in Dean's chest which was making it hard for him to draw breath. He wondered if his ribs might be broken after all. Megan had run her hands along his sides with sensitive fingers that sparked some unexpected responses. She had said it was just muscular swelling. Of course, who was he kidding? She wasn't exactly Dr. House. Just some smart-ass student who happened to know something about injuries because of some first aid course? Dean figured he'd better pay a visit to the school nurse just to be on the safe side. Whatever herbals she'd rubbed into his skin last night had really helped with the pain and the swelling though. She had a nice touch, light but firm, and it had made him wonder if she touched him elsewhere. But that way lay madness. He ruthlessly cut off the thought and went back to thinking about what he'd tell the school nurse. When he walked into biological science, he could feel her eyes on him all the way to his seat. It was making him hot in places he really shouldn't be, at least not anyone who wasn't Samantha. He leaned back as he listened to Brad tell a funny story about one of his mother's drinking parties and how some fat woman had gotten really drunk and tried to seduce Brad in the second-floor bathroom. It was hilarious, and normally Dean would be teasing him mercilessly about his taste in fat cougars, but right now his skin was too busy tingling because of the hot glances he could feel Megan throwing at him. Clearly last night had meant something different to her than it had meant to him. He was just making nice with the help. How could she be so bright at schoolwork and not understand that? Still, that ache in his chest persisted even though the nurse had confirmed that the bruising was just superficial. Fraternizing with the help or not, he'd really enjoyed their conversation last night, and he wished there was room in his life for more than an impromptu meeting in a garage, but there wasn't, so she'd just have to get over it and go read a book or something. "What's up, girl? Why you look so down today?" Bane whispered to her. He was keeping his voice down chiefly because they were in the library allegedly studying. But Megan hadn't been able to settle to anything. It was kind of maddening that some guy she'd never even laid eyes on before last night should make her this upset. It was just well, they had had exactly those debates that she'd always dreamed would be the norm at a school like this. She had had that for about 3 hours last night, and suddenly it seemed to be all just another dream. It was logical to be upset, she told herself. Who wouldn't be? Nothing's wrong. I'm not down, she lied to Bane. He pulled his mouth down in faux disappointment. Yes, you are. Now tell Uncle Bane everything, he demanded, covering his hand with hers. Baneberry was actually 6 months younger than her and small, but he still treated her like she was his favorite niece, that he was looking out for her regardless of the fact that she towered over him significantly. Megan sighed and told him everything. "Aw, honey," he frowned in commiseration. "Guys like Dean don't acknowledge riffraff like us in broad daylight. Honestly, sometimes I wonder about you, Megan. Have you no experience of the rich white male at all? Or any male for that matter? They're all bastards." Megan smiled ruefully. "Who broke your heart this week?" she asked. Baneberry tended to have short, intense romances that burned bright but fizzled fast. It was always something the other guy did, of course, and Megan was always there to listen and support. "Ugh, Kevin DuPont is not worth the time it would take to tell you what a fool he is," Baneberry said. "And anyway, we were talking about you and your absurd crush on Dean Wesson." "I mean, are you serious? The man and his family practically shit diamonds. You think he's going to have time to debate the classics with the likes of you?" "He did debate the classics with the likes of me," Megan pointed out. "Well, that was because he was waiting for his car to be fixed. He took it to a place which was so out of the way of his life so his dad would never find out." Emphasis on out of the way of his life, Bane stressed. Megan sighed. "He knew who I was, I didn't know who he was." "If he knew who I was, that means he's noticed me before." "And? What? Because he noticed you answer every question in class, does that make him the love of your life? Have you seen his girlfriend Samantha? She's already had some modeling work for Teen Weekly. You want to compete with that?" "No, of course not. I'm not saying, I just don't see why he wouldn't acknowledge me is all. However you spin it now, he and I connected last night, and that's just fact." "Congratulations, honey, you connected. Now move that shit along before he breaks your heart," Bane warned. "I doubt it's not even like that," Megan protested, but she couldn't quite meet Bane's eye. "It's exactly like that, girlfriend. You know it, I know it, Dean probably knows it. He did you a favor ignoring you today. That way your castles in the air can't get any higher. Knock 'em down, sis. Knock them down." Megan smiled ruefully. "Yes, Uncle Bane." Bane reached out and patted her hand, then passed her a copy of the Trials of Hercules. "Here, try to conquer these trials first before you take Dean on." Megan appreciated what Bane was trying to do, but it wasn't really helping. She was waiting for transportation at the bus stop when a familiar blue Lamborghini Aventador slid to a stop in front of her. She stared at it and then at its driver. He lifted his eyebrows at her in inquiry. "You need a lift?" he asked. She stared at him, totally confused and perplexed. Weren't they ignoring each other now? I don't think we're going in the same direction," she said. "Oh, I think we are. See, my car requires a second coat of paint and I believe you work in the garage where I'm going," he said. Megan hesitated and then shrugged internally. What the hell, it wasn't like he wasn't right. If he was headed to Mr. Henley's, they were going to the same place. She stepped forward and opened the door, and as soon as she was in the car he peeled off like he was O.J. and the police were after him. "Whoa, slow down. Where's the fire?" she asked. "What?" he replied as if he had no clue what she was talking about. His leg pressed down harder on the accelerator and Megan decided to just shut up and pray that they arrived alive. She thought about asking him why he'd ignored her in class and now he was giving her a lift, but she couldn't think how to phrase it without sounding like a lovesick puppy. So instead she fished out a book and opened it, trying her level best to concentrate on the words. "What is it you're reading today?" he asked, much to her surprise. "Lord of the Rings," she replied and waited to see what he would make of that. Dean opened his mouth and recited. "All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. The old that is strong does not wither. Deep roots are not reached by the frost. From the ashes of fire shall be woken. A light from the shadows shall spring. Renewed shall be blade that was broken. The crownless again shall be king." Whoa, it's one thing to have read the book, but you have the poem memorized? Megan squeaked in shock. "What, you think you're the only one allowed to be a geek?" Dean challenged. Megan opened her mouth and then found she had exactly nothing to say. "I just meant," she began and then ran out of words. "You just meant that I'm a jock who drives a Lamborghini, therefore I can't possibly care about Aragorn, son of Arathorn, can I?" Megan just stared at him. She literally had no words. Megan was kind of in a daze the next day as she walked slowly to her locker. She needed to find Bane so he could knock some sense into her head again. She couldn't hide it from herself anymore. She was building castles in the air, many turreted tall castles with moats and knights in shining armor. It was embarrassing and she knew it, but she couldn't seem to stop. "I am sapiosexually attracted to Dean Wesson," she told herself sotto voce. She ran the words through her mind again, tasting them like they were so much honey, filled with sweetness and so much goodness. "I am also screwed," she finished the thought just as she reached her locker. As she put in the combination to open it, she felt a shadow, no various shadows standing behind her. She paused and then turned her head to find herself staring into Samantha Crawford's angry eyes. She was flanked by 3 other girls, all looking at Megan like she was the scum of the earth. "A little birdie told me that they saw you get into my boyfriend's car yesterday," she whispered menacingly. Megan opened her mouth to protest, but all that came out was a dry click. "Let me do you a favor, you skanky little gold digger, and just let you know that even if you let him in your pants and he takes you up on that offer out of some twisted curiosity, that's all you'll ever have of him. Don't go filling your head with fairy tales. Dean Wesson is mine and he's going to stay mine." Megan wanted to ask her why, if she was so sure of this, she felt it necessary to come and stake her claim on her so-called property. But then again, maybe Samantha really was doing her a favor. Maybe she needed to hear this, to really know it was true. Somehow, though, she didn't quite believe it. She watched Samantha and her posse walk away, occasionally glancing back at her to let her know that she was the bubblegum on the heel of their Jimmy Choos they were going to scrape off with no hesitation whatsoever. Megan went the other direction, kind of turned around so that she wasn't sure for a moment where her first class was. It happened to be biological science, and she walked in late to see that Dean and his posse were already in class, huddled together at the back as usual, talking and laughing with each other while the rest of the class cast envious glances at them, wanting to be one of the cool kids. Megan sat down but couldn't resist turning around to look at Dean. Of course he didn't so much as look at her, and she turned back to her books. Mr. Harrison walked in, already talking a mile a minute, asking for the assignment given to them the previous day. Megan hastily extracted hers from her file folder and handed it to the teacher. "Very good, Megan. I knew I could count on you," he said with an approving nod. Someone at the back coughed, although it sounded something like "kiss ass." There was laughter from the general vicinity of Dean's seat, and Megan didn't dare turn around to look. Mr. Harrison glared at the room in general but didn't say anything. Megan put her head down and tried to concentrate on her work, although her heart was beating painfully in her chest. It was like dealing with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with Dean. At lunchtime, Bain was listened sympathetically to everything and then told her to get over it, find some nice young man who wasn't Dean Wesson, and get on with her life. Megan had to concede that it seemed like a solid plan, especially after the entire dining room seemed to give them the cold shoulder. Maybe she was imagining it, but when they tried to take 2 empty chairs at one of the tables filled with their year mates, they'd been coldly informed that those were taken. They'd had to go sit at an empty table near the kitchens. From where they sat they could still see those 2 empty chairs, seeming to mock their lofty dreams. The other people at the table also seemed to be casting nasty glances at them now and then. Or maybe that was just Megan's imagination. Dean, of course, was not in the dining hall. Megan didn't think she'd ever seen him here. That was probably why she hadn't recognized him that first day. She was fervently wishing he'd found another garage to go to when she walked up to her locker and found horse spray painted inside it, staining her books with red graffiti. She stared at the mess in shock and then looked around at oblivious students walking past her like nothing had happened. She thought about reporting this, but then the thought of explaining the background to the story was just too exhausting. She resolved to keep her head down and just keep going. She was the scholarship kid, no way could she afford to get in trouble. "Castles in the air." Terminated, she murmured as she headed for her phys. Ed class. Megan was valedictorian of her graduating class, and she was pleased about it, but she also knew it wasn't 100% because of her excellent grades. Many other kids also had equivalent grades, but she was the scholarship student, and therefore somehow this gave her a handicap that was the ace that pulled her ahead of her classmates. She was fine with it, but she knew that there was an undercurrent of resentment among some members of her year, who felt that perhaps given different circumstances Dean Wesson might have been more deserving of the honor. Most of these classmates had been in an ongoing Cold War with Megan pretty much her entire high school career, ever since Dean picked her up in his Lamborghini, but she had to acknowledge that his grades were deserving. The school had just taken a hit about their admission policies and diversity issues, and so she knew there was a bit of politics involved in the choice. Still, she had her acceptance letter from Yale in her pocket, and she qualified for financial aid as she was able to prove that her household earned less than $60,000 a year. She had also already secured employment at the Yale Library beginning at the start of her first semester. Furthermore, Dean and his clique were all Harvard men, so there was no chance of continuing this insane situation into college. As far as she was concerned, Dalton was already in her rear view. Chapter 3. Megan was on the phone with her mother when they brought him in. She was just promising to make it home for Christmas when she heard the page. Paging Dr. Leonard to the ER. The message repeated constantly until she reached a phone and let the ER know she was on her way. She hurried to the ER where a nurse was waiting for her. She led her to a cubicle where a Caucasian man was lying unconscious, his leg lying at such an awkward angle it was obvious that it was broken in at least 2 places. Megan reached for the gloves and pulled his cover aside. She could see the white shiny cast of his muscle surrounded by bloody red, the sharp edges of his snapped bones sticking out in two different places. "Ouch," she said as someone handed her his file. Dean Wesson, holidaying at the St. Regis Hotel, went skiing and had some sort of accident. Wrapped himself round a tree. "He's lucky to be alive according to the EMTs," the nurse said to her. Megan had frozen at the name, hardly heard anything the nurse had said after Dean's name. She looked up at his face. He was still tall in spite of the broken legs, and he still had a full head of dark hair. There were little lines fanning the sides of his eyes that hadn't been there in high school, and his lips looked like he did not smile much. Or that could be the pain he must be in due to his injuries. Megan stepped forward as the nurse told him about Dean's vitals and the extent of his injuries. The leg looked nasty, but there was a possibility that one of his ribs was broken, and that was the major emergency. If it pierced his lung, he could bleed to death. Megan ordered an X-ray to begin with. Dean had needed to get away for a while. His father had just suffered a stroke, and the pressure had grown for him to step up and take over the family businesses. Also, the pressure for him to settle down and get married that accompanied any talk of taking over the family business had ratcheted up to the nth degree. He had taken off in the middle of the night for Aspen, figuring that the adrenaline rush of skiing down steep cliffs would clear his head sufficiently to come to some life decisions. He was distracted on that last run after a prolonged argument on the phone with his mother about when exactly he was coming home, and more importantly when he would give Samantha a ring. When he woke up in the hospital, stiff with pain and bandages, he was disoriented enough not to remember where he was, and his vision was blurred. He fixed his gaze on a tall dark outline dressed in white. It seemed to be writing something, and Dean blinked several times to try to clear his vision. The figure slowly came into focus, long black hair held in a ponytail in the middle of her head with the tied hair poofed around her head. Her big brown eyes were suddenly slanted at the corners, and her cheekbones were so sharp she could probably cut glass with them. Her soft warm chocolate complexion and her Cupid's bow mouth took him back all the way to high school. "Megan," he said in shock. She glanced up from her writings to look at him and then back down at her notes. "You recognize me," she said. It was a statement, not a question. So it really was her. "Yeah. You haven't changed much," he said, thinking that she really hadn't. "Gee, thanks," Megan said dryly. "So what are you doing here anyway?" he asked, noting her white lab coat, and also the fact that her hands were ringless. "Saving your life," she said, putting down the folder. "You work here?" he asked. "No, I'm masquerading as a doctor to get my dastardly revenge on you by setting your leg crooked," she said sarcastically. "Oh, ha ha. So you're a doctor, huh?" "Figures," Dean said. Megan gave him a look. "Mr. Wesson, you have suffered very severe injuries and you should rest now. You need sleep in order to heal," she said. Dean tried to look down at himself but found to his mortification that he was too weak to lift his head. "What happened to me?" he asked. "You had an argument with a tree." "You lost," she replied. Dean smiled. "It's nice to see you again, Megan." "What are you reading now?" he asked. Megan gave him the 1,000-yard stare. "I should go now so you can rest," she said, and left the room abruptly. Dean watched her go. She had filled out quite a bit, not so willowy now, much more curvaceous. The glasses were still cute though, as was the hair. Her nether regions were a little wider than he remembered. Nice childbearing hips. Dean smiled to imagine what she'd say if he told her that. He knew that Samantha and her friends had given her a hard time in school, but it wasn't like there was anything he could do about that, not without raising too many eyebrows. He'd felt bad for her, but he guessed them were the breaks. She must have expected that. She was a flamingo in a sea of penguins. She was bound to stand out. Dean was struck by the poetism of that statement and wanted to write it down, but both of his hands were in bandages. He reached out tentatively and rung for a nurse. Megan walked quickly to her office, curiously out of breath considering she hadn't done anything very exerting. She fished out her phone and speed dialed 2. Bain picked up on the first ring. "Guess who washed up on my shores," she said without preamble. "Is this a sexual metaphor?" Bain asked. She could hear the background noise of a construction site at his end. Bain was an architect. "Am I disturbing you at work?" she asked. "Nah, I'm just taking in the view. The advantage of working in sunny California is a lot of guys taking their shirts off 'cause it's too hot," he said confidentially to her. Megan laughed softly. She really enjoyed Bain's unapologetic objectification of the male form. For one thing, it tended to be very educational. "So are you going to explain your Freudian metaphors or what?" he asked. "I'm at my locum in Aspen Medical Center and guess who was brought in as a patient?" She tried again. "Are you supposed to be telling me stuff about your patients?" Bain asked. "Probably not," she replied. "Okay, spill. Who?" he asked, making her laugh again. "You won't believe it," she said, building up the suspense. "Just tell me already, girl," he exclaimed. "Dean Wesson," she said after a pause for dramatic effect. "What?" he almost screamed in her ear, making her stretch out the hand holding the phone a full length away from her ear. "Yep. Skiing accident. I had to patch him up," she said. "And then what? What did he say when he saw it was you? Did he remember you?" Bain asked, all breathless curiosity. "Yeah, he remembered me, called me by name before I had a chance to introduce myself. I think he was even flirting a little bit," she said. "You think?" Bain asked just as she knew he would. "Tell me everything." Dean knew he should call home and let someone know what had happened to him. And he would do it. It was the responsible thing after all. But he was still feeling dizzy and confused and enjoying the attentions of the good Dr. Leonard, who came to check on him once a day, as well as the super-friendly nursing staff. He just wasn't ready to face the recriminations and expectations waiting for him when he finally got in touch with his family. He had been at the medical center for a week and his more superficial bruises were healing. The broken bones, though, had a long way to go. He wondered if the company's stock would be affected if someone learned he was lying helpless in a hospital in Aspen while his father lay in bed suffering the effects of a stroke. His mother was perfectly capable of holding the business together, but it was all a matter of perception. Just another reason not to let anyone know where he was. "Isn't it weird how we keep meeting over my bruises?" he asked Dr. Leonard the next time she came to check on him. He couldn't believe she'd actually made it. She was a surgeon now. He'd seen the trailer she grew up in. It was amazing to him that she'd managed to pull herself out of that park like this. It took major guts and stamina and determination. Dean felt proud of her, although he knew it was a strange emotion to feel for someone just because he didn't know why. "We keep meeting?" she asked incredulously. "I meant that the first time we met, I'd gotten myself into a stupid accident and had bruises which you treated, and now all these years later, again I get into a stupid accident and you heal me. Just call me your guardian angel," she said, her voice thick with sarcasm. "Oh, I do," he grinned wickedly at her, and her eyes slid away from him. He did believe she was blushing, even though he couldn't be 100% sure with her complexion. "In a week or so you'll be able to be moved from here to a hospital of your choice," she said. "Is there anyone you'd like to be notified of your whereabouts?" Dean grimaced and then shook his head. "No one really." "I don't think you'll be able to hide your accident this time, Dean," Megan said to him. He smiled with delight because she still remembered those details. "I'm not trying to," he said, and then added at her skeptical look. "Really, I'm not. It's just that I don't want to create a panic by calling home and letting them know I'm in a hospital. I'll tell them all about it when I get home." You said I could go next week, right? Megan nodded her head. Well, there you go. Meanwhile, I'm here in your capable hands, and I'm sure you won't let anything happen to me. Right? I'm guessing the correct answer to that question is yes, she said wryly. And you know you always give the correct answer, Megan, he said in a low, soft voice. In spite of herself, Megan shivered. Then she mumbled an excuse and left the room as fast as she could. She called Bain again right away. Please Google Dean for me and tell me what he's been doing for the past 8 years, she asked. What? Did you lose the ability to navigate the interwebs? Bain asked sarcastically. Please, Bain, Megan pleaded. Bain huffed. Fine. Anything in particular we're looking for? He asked. The good, the bad, and the ugly. All of it. She said. You're falling for him again, aren't you? Bain accused. Honestly, Megan, what am I going to do with you? You're going to find out that information for me and destroy my castles in the air before they get built, she stated. Bain sighed. He didn't seem to have much faith in her strategy. I really don't know what voodoo that boy did on you, but you seriously need to just stay away from him. What happened to that nice chiropractor you were seeing? He asked. He moved to Delaware. Said there was more work there. She reminded him. Oh yeah. I liked him. Nice steady sort of fellow, never gonna break your heart kinda guy, he sighed. Those are the ones you watch out for. They suck you in with their niceness, and then when you have your guard down, bam. They destroy you, Megan said. Are we still talking about the chiropractor, or are we back to the anatomy TA who turned out to have a wife and kids? Bain asked. Megan sighed. I thought we had a future. I know, darling. However, just because the TA was a bust is no reason to latch on to Dean Wesson, he said. I'm not. Megan said weakly, yet, she added in the interest of absolute truthfulness. Yet being the operative word, Bain said. Just find out that information for me, okay, Bain? That's how you cure me. Megan said, her fingers literally crossed. Stay away from him, babe. He's trouble with a capital STD, Bain said, making Megan snort with laughter. By darling, she trilled. By babe, he replied as he hung up. Dean's phone had been destroyed in his argument with the tree, and so he had not received any of the messages left on his voicemail by his mother. However, Poppy Wesson was not one to wait around for her son to get in touch with her and hired a PI to trace his whereabouts. The PI traced the last location of his phone to Aspen, and all that was left was to find the hotel at which Dean had been staying in. The management was only too happy to let the family know that Mr. Wesson was indeed still registered at the hotel as a guest but was currently in the hospital being treated for injuries sustained by a skiing accident. Poppy was on the next available flight to Aspen, and as soon as she arrived she had the driver take her straight to the medical center. My son is admitted in this hospital. Could you point me to his room? She asked the board receptionist, who inquired after the name of her son so she could check the records. Once Dean was located, Poppy swept regally up to his room regardless of the fact that it was not visiting hours at the moment. Dean Wesson, she cried as she saw him swathed in bandages. What are you trying to do? Be the death of me? Dean turned his head with a sinking heart to behold his mother standing in the doorway. Mother, he said hoarsely, and then ran out of things to say. Were you intending to let someone know where you were, Dean? Or did you think we'd just forget you exist? Samantha is going out of her mind. Dean knew there was only one thing he could say. I'm sorry, Mother. Oh, it is going to take a lot more than I'm sorry, Mother, for me to forgive you for this. You could have been killed and nobody would have known. I had to hire a PI to track you down. Honestly, Dean. Dean had the grace to look shamefaced. He sighed and opened his mouth, then closed it again. He might be a 27-year-old man, but sometimes his mother made him feel like he was still a naughty baby who'd soiled his underwear when he was supposed to be potty trained. At that moment, Megan walked in accompanied by a nurse. She stopped short when she saw that Dean wasn't alone. Hello ma'am, I'm sorry but visiting hours are not until noon," the nurse hastened forward to say, putting her hand on Poppy's arm. This was a mistake. Poppy turned on her, eyes blazing. "Excuse me young lady, kindly do not manhandle me. I am this boy's mother and I have every right to be here. I want to see the doctor that treated him," she demanded. "That would be me," Megan stepped forward with a smile. "Mrs. Wesson, I would like to assure you that she began. Poppy turned around to face Dean. "You couldn't get yourself to a decent hospital with real doctors, Dean? Honestly, do I have to do everything for you? I'm having you moved today out of this," she looked around in feigned bewilderment. "What is this? A free clinic?" The nurse was taken aback by Poppy's behavior, and even Megan was surprised by the overt rudeness, but she ignored it in order to do her job. "Mrs. Wesson, Dean cannot be moved for a few days yet. I believe he means to transfer to a hospital closer to home as soon as it's possible. In the meantime, we are taking very good care of him," she said. Dean was impressed with her equanimity. Most people who his mother spoke to in that tone were either gibbering or crying by now. They certainly never contradicted her. Dean almost smiled, but then noticed his mother was watching him, so he schooled his features. Maybe he did behave rather like a little boy around her. "Dean, could you explain to this person that you will be leaving with me this afternoon?" Poppy said, deigning to ignore Megan. Dean looked from his mother to Megan. He could see in Megan's face that she expected him to comply with his mother on this. "Actually, Mother, I'm inclined to take the doctor's advice. If she says I can't be moved for a few days, I'd rather stay here." Megan and Poppy looked nothing alike, but the identical shocked expressions on their faces gave them a superficial resemblance. Dean almost laughed. "Go home, Mother. I'll see you in a few days." "I'm in good hands here," Dean said. Poppy turned to glare at the so-called doctor whose side her son was taking over hers. Her eyes narrowed as she looked properly at her. "What is your name?" she demanded. Megan was surprised to be addressed directly, but not so much by the tone with which she was being addressed. "I'm Dr. Megan Leonard," she said. "Leonard, you say? Aren't you that scholarship student who stole valedictorian from my son at Dalton?" she demanded. She turned to Dean. "She is the one, isn't she? Isn't she also the whore that tried to seduce you away from Samantha?" The nurse blanched and turned away. Dean was looking grim, but Megan felt absolutely cut off at the knees. "What the? Excuse me?" she demanded in shock. Dean cut in before his mother could say any more. "Megan, I'm sorry about this. Could you give us a minute so I can speak to my mother alone?" he pleaded. Megan glared at him and then at his mother, and then she walked out. The nurse slipped out discreetly after heading in the opposite direction as that taken by the doctor. Megan knew that news of what Dean's mother had said to her would be all over the medical center by end of lunchtime. She didn't know if she was furious or embarrassed. Definitely leaning towards furious. Extremely furious. "I will kill that woman if you don't get her away from me, mad," she thought, walking quickly to her office and slamming the door behind her. She had other patients to see, but first she needed to calm down. Angry rock music. "That should do it," she said aloud as she crossed to her iPod. She put in some Nickelback and listened to just 4 at top volume, mouthing along with the lyrics. "I want to take his eyes out. Just for looking at you. Yes, I do. I want to take his hands off. Just for touching you. Yes, I do. And I want to rip his heart out. Just for hurting you. and I want to break his mind down. Yes, I do. By the time she'd imagined ripping Poppy's heart out for the third time, she was feeling much better and more disposed to conducting the rest of her rounds in a professional manner befitting the resident surgeon of this fine establishment. Thank you very much. She texted Bane first though to tell him what a pompous bitch Dean's mother was. He texted back his absolute and total agreement with an admonition that he needed all the details later. But of course, Megan murmured as she made her way to the surgical ward. She glanced around to see if people were looking at her differently already, but so far everyone was going about their business as usual. Megan sighed inwardly. Suddenly she felt like she was right back in Dalton again with a bullseye on her back. Chapter 4. I'm sorry about my mother, Dean said as soon as she came to check on him that evening. She had received several messages asking for her to stop by in his room, but she'd ignored the first 3 after ensuring there was no medical emergency. However, if she continued to ignore his requests, it would look like it was a big effing deal, so she decided to just get it over with. It's fine, she replied. It's not. She was out of line. And I don't want you to think that all that you stole my valedictorian crap came from me. I never thought that. Good to know, Megan said, her face closed. And of course we both know the whore thing is crap. That's just Samantha being jealous, he continued. Did you tell her that? Megan wanted to know. Because all of the time that she and her friends were bullying me, I never once heard you stand up for me. I figured that if I defended you, it would create more problems than it would solve, Dean said, but he had the grace to blush as he said it. His green eyes were apologetic, but he looked her straight in the eye nevertheless. Megan appreciated that. At least he wasn't trying to dismiss the issue. Well, anyway, it was a long time ago and we've all moved on, right? She said, turning on her heel. Wait, Megan. Please don't go, he said. There was something in his voice that she didn't understand. She turned around again to face him, eyebrows raised. Why? She asked. Dean trailed off. I miss talking to you, he finished and then grimaced. Yeah, I'm sure you did, the sarcasm was thick in the air. Dean sighed. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I was an asshole in high school. Satisfied? Are you satisfied? Megan turned the question on him. Dean's eyes became thoughtful. Actually, no. I'm not. He said, hitting her with the full force of those emerald orbs. She tried to hold on to her anger but could feel it slipping away fast. So what are you going to do about it? She managed to ask while trying to regulate her breathing. I'm going to ask your forgiveness. I'm sorry, Megan, for what an asshole I was in high school. Would you possibly condescend to being friends with me? He asked, still staring into her eyes and playing Jedi mind tricks with her equilibrium. I'm not your mother, I don't condescend, she said a bit sharply. Ouch, he replied and then grinned at her. So can we be friends or not? Megan shrugged and then felt like a petulant teenager for doing so. I guess, she said. Wonderful. So what are you reading these days? He asked, leaning back on the pillows. She hadn't noticed how tense he'd been until he relaxed. Grey's Anatomy, she asked and then grinned at his expression. What? No quotes today? She asked. When it comes to anatomy, I prefer the Kama Sutra to Grey's actually, he said tongue-in-cheek. Ah, of course, Megan said, smiling. And from there can I neatly segue to, can I take you for dinner? He asked. Megan's brows touched her edges. Dinner? How do you propose to manage that? Just say yes and leave the rest to me, he said. Megan took a deep breath. Bane was going to kill her for this. Yes. You did what? Bain asked as soon as she called him to tell him she'd agreed to have dinner with Dean. I'm not even sure he's serious. I mean, he has pins holding his leg together and his ribs are still delicate. I don't even see how this is going to happen. And next week he's going back home So why the hell did you say yes? Bain wanted to know. Because I wanted to find out. I'm sure whatever he plans will fall way short of my overactive imagination and the reality will erase the ideal. Then he'll shrink to normal size in my mind and I'll stop building him up as Prince Charming or whoever. That's a very good theory you're spouting, and I wish I could believe your reasons, but I don't. Sorry. I know you too well, Megs. Don't do this. You'll only end up getting hurt. He has a girlfriend. I know, and this isn't that kind of date. It's a sorry I was an asshole before can we be friends sort of date. Bain sighed deeply. Don't sigh at me, Bain, Megan protested. Don't make me sigh at you then. Use that mega brain you've got and snap out of this. Bain sighed again. Well, I guess you'll never let this go if you don't go, so, one date only. Now, tell me what you're wearing. They spent the next 40 minutes happily strategizing for the date even though Megan wasn't sure exactly when it was or where Dean would be taking her. The conversation ended only because Megan's mother called to solidify plans for her to go home for Thanksgiving. When do I expect you, darling? Her mother wanted to know. She still lived in the same trailer park because she said that was her home and Megan should save her money to spend at other things. Life was easier though because she only had herself to support and Megan had insisted on getting her a car and paying maintenance on it as well as sending money for gas. I don't know when, but definitely by the day before Thanksgiving I should be in New York. Is Mr. Henley joining us this year? She asked. Oh yes, and he's bringing someone. An apprentice of his he wants you to meet. Oh joy. Megan said. Mr. Henley considered himself a connoisseur when it came to relationships even though he hadn't been in one since his wife had died in 2000. He was continuously trying to fix Megan up with people who he thought would suit her. The primary criteria being they were classic rock lovers. Mr. Henley believed that the strength of a man's character could be gauged by the music he listened to. So far though his matchmaking efforts hadn't come to much. Megan and the guys might share a love for classic rock, but that was generally the only area where there was any overlap. Don't be like that about poor Mr. Henley. He has your best interests at heart, her mom protested. I'm not. Really. I look forward to meeting this apprentice, Megan said, and her voice was even steady. Dean's first order of business was to procure a new phone. Now that his mother had found him, the rest of his crew wasn't far behind. His best friend, Smith Winchester, had boarded the first flight to Colorado once the news hit that he was in hospital. Samantha was walking the catwalk in Milan, but they'd had a hysterical phone call where she vented all her upset at his abrupt disappearance. Smith brought him his spare phone and collected his belongings from the hotel so that he didn't have to deal with that. Hey. You'll never guess who my doctor is, he told him casually when he brought the phone. Who? Smith asked just as casually. Although he already knew, Poppy had been very vocal in her disapproval of Dean's doctor. You remember the scholarship girl that was in our year in high school? Megan Leonard? Smith frowned as he feigned trying to remember. Black girl? Big hair? That's the one, Dean nodded. She's your doctor? Smith asked incredulously. Yes, she is, Dean said, sounding inappropriately proud of the fact. Didn't you guys used to hate each other? Smith asked, furrowing his brow in genuine curiosity. Knew that was Megan and Sammy. I was fine with her, Dean said. So does she still have the hots for you? Smith grinned salaciously. I don't know that she ever did, to be honest. I think that was something Sammy just assumed, Dean said thoughtfully. Dean was silent, looking into the distance. Dean? Smith prompted. I'm thinking, Dean said. You have to think about whether you have the hots for somebody? Smith asked. I have to think about what exactly it is I feel for this girl, Dean replied. What? You feel as in feelings? You have feelings? Smith's voice went unnaturally high on this question. I don't know, and keep your voice down, would you? She could come in at any time, Dean said irritably. Dean, you can't be serious. Sammy's waiting on an engagement ring. Smith said. I know that. And I don't know if I'm going to give it to her, okay? But that stays between you and me, you understand me, Smith? Dean glared at him for emphasis. Wow. This is so far beyond bad you have no idea, Smith said, shaking his head sadly. Oh, I have an idea, but... Dean hesitated. But what? Smith prompted. Dean didn't know how to tell him how it had felt to see Megan stand up to his mother with not a trace of fear in her demeanor. I mean, this was a woman who could destroy her with a word, have her fired, make sure she never worked in this town again, yet she never hesitated for a single moment. Of course it could be because of her naivete, but Megan had spent too many years brushing against the power and influence of some Dalton families. She couldn't not know. It had made Dean feel ashamed of himself. He had spent so many years towing the family line, doing what was expected, because he'd never imagined that there were any other options. But now Megan was showing him that there were. It only required that he find his courage and step out of this family-appointed box. Did you know I thought about playing professional basketball? He asked Smith. Smith reared back in surprise. When? He asked. High school. Remember when the scout from the NCAA came by? We had a small discussion. He said I was good enough to play college basketball if I wanted. I told him I didn't want to, but I did. Smith was looking at him in puzzlement. And what has this got to do with Megan? He asked. She makes me feel like my dreams are valid, Dean said with a self-deprecating laugh. Your dreams have always been valid, Dean, Smith said, perplexed. Really? How do you know that? Do you even know what I dream of? Have you ever asked? Dean thought about that for a bit. No, but she makes me feel like she would make room for my dreams in her life, he said. And we wouldn't? Smith looked offended. Dean shrugged. Maybe you would, but it wouldn't occur to you, and by you I mean everyone else in my life, that my dreams would be any different from the expectations my family has of me. Are they? Smith asked, and when Dean looked quizzically at him he clarified, different? Dean shook his head. That's the thing. I don't know. I've never allowed myself to dream of anything. And this girl makes you feel like you can? Dean smiled. At last they had reached understanding. Exactly. The room was silent for a moment. All this because she defied your mom? Smith said at last, and Dean burst out laughing. Dude, are you going to help me plan something for Megan or not? He asked. Smith shrugged. Hey. You want this dream? What can I do to help? He said. Dean smiled at him. I knew I could count on you. I need you to arrange dinner for us somewhere in the building, maybe on the roof. The 5-star treatment, you know what I mean? I know exactly what you mean. You sit back and rest. Leave it to me. Dr. Leonard. How nice to see you again. You visit so rarely, Dean complained. Megan laughed. That could have something to do with the fact that this is my job and you're not my only patient. I thought I was more than your patient. You said we were friends, he protested. We are, Megan said. Well then, so what's stopping you from dropping in on me now and then? Dean whined. I didn't want to disturb your rest, Megan said. Ha. You mean my boredom, he said. I could get you something to read if you'd like, she suggested. Ah yes, some literature, from which we can argue about during our dinner date, Dean said. Megan stared at him, opened her mouth as if to say something, and then pressed her lips tightly together like she didn't want to say the wrong thing. You agreed to have dinner with me, Dean reminded her. Did I? Megan said like it wasn't etched in her mind like a brand. And when exactly is this fabled dinner? She asked. It's a surprise, Dean whispered. The surprise being that there's no dinner? You're scheduled to be medevaced out of here on Saturday, or had you forgotten? Oh no, I haven't forgotten. Word to the wise? Dress nice for the rest of the week, otherwise you might find yourself wishing you had. When she walked into work the next morning, everyone seemed to be extra friendly, bidding her good morning with smiles that showed all their teeth. Megan was fairly popular at work. She was polite to the nurses and respectful of her colleagues. She hadn't made many real friends, but then again she hadn't been at Aspen long. It was just a locum as she waited for her residency application to go through at Johns Hopkins. She didn't want to jinx it by becoming too settled at this job, so maybe she'd been keeping people at arm's length. Anyway, she had all the friends she would ever need. Which was making the sudden over-friendliness of the staff super disconcerting to her. She reached out and stopped Janice Kravitz, who was a nurse on the pediatrics floor. She always seemed to know everything. Janice, has something happened that I should know about? She asked her. Janice just grinned. No, Dr. Leonard, nothing's happened, she said, and pulled away from Megan. As Janice walked away, she murmured something else that sounded like not yet at least. Megan crept to her office and made herself a cup of coffee with the tiny kettle that she kept for just that purpose. Either she was going crazy or the entire medical staff was. Either way, she didn't feel comfortable being out there. However, she had medical rounds to conduct regardless of her personal feelings. Somehow she got through the day, but the giggling and nudging and greetings without blowing a gasket and going absolutely crazy. Finally the day was over and her shift was done. She heaved a sigh and prepared to leave after writing up her reports. She opened her office door to find Janice and two other nurses she knew in passing blocking her way. She said. Hi, Janice said, grinning broadly, we are here as your escort. My escort to where? Megan asked. Follow us, she said, turning around and waiting for her to follow. Megan sighed inwardly and followed. They led her up right to the roof, opened the door and left her there. The entire rooftop was lit up with candles and there was a side table on which sat various dishes. A serving man was wiping wine glasses near a table filled with several bottles of drinks. In the middle of the roof was a table at which Dean sat in his wheelchair. He smiled as her eyes fell on him. Megan walked slowly toward him, noting the magnificent flower arrangement that sat in a pot next to the table. The table was bare of anything except cutlery and plates. Megan pulled out her own chair and sat down. I take it the entire hospital was in on this operation? She asked. What makes you say that? He asked, grinning impishly. Oh, I don't know, maybe it was all the giggling and laughing and nudging, Megan said. Yeah, it's true what they say about keeping secrets, Dean said wryly. The serving man came by to inquire what they would like to drink. What white wines do you have? She asked. The serving man rattled off a variety of wines that Megan had barely heard of. If you will allow me? Dean said, coming to her rescue. Megan nodded her agreement and Dean gave the waiter his order. The wine was poured and then the waiter brought the entree. Mushroom soup with croutons. So. Dean. What's up? Megan asked. Well, you say you want to be friends, but I have friends and they don't arrange romantic candlelight dinners on rooftops for me. So tell me, Dean, what's really going on here? And before you try to prevaricate again, let me just remind you that you might be in a wheelchair, but there's nothing stopping me from walking away from here. Wow. Harsh, Dean said. Honest, Megan replied. Dean looked away and then back at her before looking down at his soup. Okay, maybe this goes a little beyond what a friend would do. Maybe I've liked you a little since you spread that homemade ointment of yours all over me in high school and made my skin tingle with your touch. Maybe I've been curious ever since, whether that was an anomaly or... I do. And that's one of the reasons why I'm an asshole, he agreed. And you thought that a little candlelight was all that you needed to get into my overeager pants, didn't you? She finished for him. No. Yes. Maybe, Dean said. Megan just stared at him. Again. I'm an asshole, Dean said. Megan shrugged. Well, let me just let you know right now, Dean Wesson. The only way you're finding out if your skin still tingles is if you're an entirely free man. Dean stared at her. You drive a hard bargain, he said. Megan tilted her head to the side. Do we have a deal? She asked. Dean stared into the middle distance, deep in thought. Yes, we do, he said. Chapter 5. Megan spent Thanksgiving at home with her mother, and Mr. Henley came by for Thanksgiving dinner. He brings his apprentice along, and Megan is surprised to see that he's a shy and retiring young man, very tall, long shaggy dreadlocked hair held in a ponytail. He has some gray hairs on the sides of his head, although it's clearly premature. It makes him look cool, especially with his Woodstock jeans and fitting shirt. He's very polite to Megan and her mother and asks Megan questions about being a doctor. He even seems interested in the answers. Megan texts Bane after dinner to lament that if she'd only met him 2 weeks ago, she definitely would have given him a chance to woo her. What changed 2 weeks ago? Bane asks. Dean Wesson came charging back into my life by way of the emergency room. Bane just sighs. I know you think I'm a delusional mess, and I totally agree with you, but the heart wants what the heart wants. She protested. And your heart wants Dean Wesson? Bane asks. Well, my heart is definitely interested in seeing how that goes, she hedged. And the fact that he has a girlfriend. I told him I don't play like that, and he implied that he would end it with her, she told him. He implied? Bane repeated. Look, if he doesn't, then he doesn't. No harm, no foul. We haven't done anything irrevocable. Megan said. He could just tell you he did and not do it. How would you know? Bane asked. That is a good question, and I will get back to you with an answer as soon as I have one. Meanwhile, how was your Thanksgiving? She asked. Oh, I met someone, Bane said excitedly. Really? Where? Megan asked, mimicking his tone. The strip club, Bane said. Megan made a raspberry sound. Hey, don't hate on strippers. They need love too, Bane protested. Okay, bye Felicia. My mother is calling me, Megan said and hung up. She shook her head, laughing. Bane was always so worried about her romantic decisions, even though he made the worst ones himself. It was crazy. Her phone buzzed and she looked down at it. Message from Dean. A little birdie told me that you're in New York right now. Megan laughed out loud. She clicked on reply and typed. And therefore you find that uneasy face. She walked the few feet that would take her to the door of the trailer and sat on the steps waiting for a reply. When she realized she was staring fixedly at her phone, she hastily stuffed it in her pocket and began to look up at the sky instead. It buzzed immediately. "Therefore you find that I'd like to have a drink with you." Megan stared at the message, wondering what she should do about it. She wanted to call Bain back and ask him, but she could already hear what he would say in her mind. "Are you single then?" She typed in her reply and then hesitated over the send button. She grimaced and then shrugged as she hit send. She put her phone away after because she was pretty sure there either would be no reply or else it would take a while. To her surprise, her phone buzzed almost at once. "No, I'm not. Not yet. Sammy's in Ibiza on a photo shoot and I don't want to break up with her over the phone. So short of going there." This was followed immediately by another message. "I just want to have a drink and talk. Nothing else. It's Thanksgiving, you're around, I'm around. Let's get together. Please." It was the please that did it. Or at least that's what Megan told herself. She thought about it. It was only 10 p.m. and her mother was already asleep or in a food coma, she wasn't too sure. What could it hurt? One drink and she'd be back here. Fine then. Where do you want to meet? She stood up to go in search of her shoes and the car keys when her phone buzzed. "I'll pick you up." She stared at the reply in surprise. First of all, it had been almost 10 years since Dean had been to her neighborhood. And that was like twice, at night. He really thought he'd remember the way? Plus he was coming from right across town. It would have made more sense for them to meet somewhere in the middle. Megan shrugged internally. It was his funeral after all. If he came by with some impossibly expensive car and got mugged for it or whatever. The sound of a turbo engine distracted her as she stepped into the trailer to get her shoes. She turned around to see the Lamborghini Aventador she remembered from all those years ago in front of her mother's home, and Dean was grinning wickedly at her from the driver's seat. "Hi," he called. "How did you get here so fast?" she demanded. Dean shrugged. "Actually, I was already in the neighborhood," he said. "Oh, really? So what would you have done if I'd said no?" Megan asked. Dean shrugged, but he didn't look too worried about that possibility. "Oh, you think you got my number or something, huh? Or am I just that easy?" Megan asked, only half joking. "No, it's not that. I just really wanted to see you and I didn't want to take no for an answer, so I wasn't going to." "Really? So seriously, what would you have done if I'd said no?" Dean shrugged again. "Whatever I needed to. Crawl on my hands and knees, beg and cry, play a boombox outside your window in the rain. Name it." Megan was struggling very hard not to laugh. "You're crazy with a side of batshit, you know that, right?" she said instead as she picked up her shoes and began to put them on. "Only about you," he said, but so quietly she didn't know if she was supposed to have heard. She thanked God for her chocolate complexion, which enabled her to hide her blushes. Her skin felt really hot though. She walked slowly down the steps of her trailer, carefully closing and locking the door behind her, and then stepped forward into his vehicle. He drove off at once, seeming to know where he was going, and Megan stared at him wondering. "So dat you seem to know this neighborhood pretty well," she ventured. Dean shrugged. "I have a good memory for places I've visited," he said. Megan nodded but said nothing more about it. She looked forward before thinking to ask, "Where are we going?" "Oh, I thought we'd visit the Hard Rock Cafe. A little birdie told me you enjoy classic rock." Megan stared hard at him. "Okay, I give up. Who's this little bird that's snitching on me?" Dean laughed long and hard at that one. "You're funny, you know that? And you're not answering my question, you know that?" Dean glanced at her and then back to the road. I remember the classic rock from high school. You used to hum Metallica tunes under your breath in the library, and I saw your vinyl collection that time I dropped you off at home. I knew you were in New York because one of the nurses at the hospital texted me. Megan was taken aback that he'd made such a study of her life, but then the last thing he said snagged her consciousness like a hook. Why are random nurses at my locum texting you my 20? She demanded. Dean had the grace to look embarrassed. I might have asked her to, he whispered sheepishly. Megan stared at him in shock. Why? She demanded in a whisper that wanted to be a shout. I didn't want to lose track of you again, and she was so enamored at the dinner I arranged for you that I kind of recruited her into telling me if you changed location for any reason. Megan's eyes were wide with shock as her brain tried to process the implications of everything Dean was saying to her right now. That is an awful lot of trouble to go to, she said slowly. Yes. And it's even a bit creepy, I get that. I'm finding out that I'm a creepy guy, okay? I've been with the same chick for 10 years and it's not like I had to make any effort with her. Now there's you and I don't know how to go about all this. I'm just winging it here, so I hope you can give some room for my learning curve. Megan didn't say anything, just cast occasional incredulous glances at him and shook her head. She really needed to inform Bain about this new development. He would know what to think for the best. Still, she wasn't sure how he would feel about her having a drink with Dean when he was still technically in a relationship with someone else. A 10-year relationship note. She could actually hear Bain telling her so. But he'd also developed some stalker tendencies on her behalf, so she couldn't exactly dismiss her chances here. They drew up outside the Hard Rock and Dean alighted and came round to open the door for her. He led her in as if escorting her to a ball. Megan looked down at her black jeans and fitted t-shirt, also black coupled with blue heels. Not exactly Cinderella, but she didn't look half bad. The t-shirt clung in all the right places, emphasizing her breasts and minimizing her love handles. The jeans emphasized her womanly hips and long fairly shapely legs. Her painted toes peeped from her open-toed shoes, looking all cute and well-tended. If she was betting on herself, she'd say she had a better than fair chance, even though the competition was apparently a professional model. At least in addition to looks, she also had personality. And she was pretty sure Samantha Crawford had never read Lord of the Rings. They were escorted to a private booth where Dean proceeded to ply her with drinks as they discussed everything from today's football game to the possibility that Diagon Alley was real. Dean was a skeptic, but Megan postulated that considering how the same stories seem to appear in different disguises over centuries, there is the possibility that this happens because they are based on real things which the authors may have glimpsed or were simply inspired to write about, thinking that it was their own imagination when it actually wasn't. Dean conceded that this made sense. However, he felt like if there was indeed such a magic alley anywhere in London or even the greater UK, he or one of his friends should have heard of it by now. Oh, really? Aren't all of your friends muggles? Megan demanded. Well, no one likes to use that term, but I guess technically it is correct, Dean said, sipping on his third beer. Megan thought vaguely that he should probably switch to water if he was driving. So how would you know about it? Muggles don't go there, she declared in triumph. Dean had to give her that one, so he nodded slowly but then brightened considerably when another thought occurred to him. Of course, if they weren't muggles they wouldn't exactly tell me, he said. Which again, proves my point, Megan said with a self-satisfied smirk. Dean stared at her with a small smile on his face. What? She asked, looking away from that look. Nothing. I'm done. I missed this, he said. This what? Megan asked, looking back at him. This intellectual argument over nothing, he said. We only did that like twice, Megan protested, though she'd missed it too. Dean gave a one-armed shrug. So what? What is the minimum amount of time we can have intellectual arguments about nothing before they qualify to be missed? He asked. No, demanded. Maybe someone should do a paper on that, Megan suggested, not entirely seriously. Ha, Dean said. Megan looked at her watch. It was getting on for 2 a.m. in the morning. It was time to go home. We should go, Dean said, seeing her gesture. Yes, but I don't think you're fit to drive, Megan said. Oh, I know. I called my driver an hour ago, Dean said. He's waiting outside. Oh, Megan said. Now she felt bad because Dean's driver had been hanging out outside for an hour waiting for them. She hastened to stand and he came to help her out of her seat. He looked quizzically at her as he saw her change of expression. What is it? He asked. I feel bad keeping your driver waiting outside like that. Dean laughed. It's his job. Besides, he's perfectly warm and dry in the car. Megan nodded her head but didn't say anything. They went out and she looked around for the Lamborghini, but all she could see was a black Bentley from which a man was emerging. He opened the back door for them and Megan realized that this was their ride. What about your car? She asked Dean. Oh, someone already drove it home, Dean said. Megan nodded and stepped into the car. The back was bigger than her room and she shifted about the soft leather, cradling her like the gentlest, luxurious hands in the world. Dean got in after and smiled to see her shifting about. Enjoying yourself? He asked. Immensely, she replied, and he laughed out loud. I'm glad, he said, sitting back in his seat. The car moved off with barely a sound. Does the driver know where to take me? She asked Dean. I gave him directions, he replied. He was staring fixedly at her, eyes darting occasionally to her breasts, sometimes lower. His hand was curled on the chair between them, not really doing anything but seeming full of intentions nevertheless. Megan tried to look out the window, but she could still feel his eyes on her. What? She said at last. Her voice was a bit hoarse. I can't seem to stop thinking about kissing you, he replied. Megan turned her head to look back at him. Have you tried? She asked. His brow furrowed in confusion. Have I tried what? He asked. To stop, she said. Dean smiled. How does one do that? He asked. Dean was still staring at her and she found herself looking back like a deer caught in headlights. She could see his head coming closer and closer and really wanted to move back, but those green eyes held her captive. His mouth looked soft as he opened them slightly in anticipation. She could feel her breath hitching as her chest became tight and she seemed to have trouble breathing. Adrenaline, she thought hazily, it's only my body dumping too much adrenaline in my system. That's why my knees feel weak and my head is woozy. His lips finally touched hers and everything went into overdrive at once. Well, now you know, she rasped and then moved off his lap to settle on her seat. Her whole body was on fire and it took everything she had not to sink herself back into him. He leaned his head back against the seat, breathing audibly, in and out. He sounded like he'd just ran a marathon. Now I know, he echoed at last once he'd gotten his breath under control. He turned his head to look at her, a rueful expression lightening his eyes to emerald. And now what? He asked her. That is absolutely up to you, she said, ruthlessly tamping down the impulse to reach up and trace the lines of his face. I guess that this means I'm on the first flight to Ibiza, he said. Megan worked on injecting nonchalance into her shrug. If that's what you want to do, she said. I want you, he said boldly. She looked away, trying to school her expression. She turned back to him when she felt like she had it under control and nodded her head. Good, she said. Chapter 6. Megan walked onto the building site, cautiously looking around to see if she could spot Bane. They had a lunch date to belatedly celebrate their own Thanksgiving, and they had agreed to meet here at his latest work site at noon. All she could see though were workmen going about their business. Hard hats were everywhere, but she knew Bane's physique like the back of her own hand, and he wasn't among these men. "Boo," someone said from behind her, and she almost jumped. She turned around, glaring, trying to get her breath back under control. "Bane! Don't do that," she said irritably. He ignored her anger and enveloped her in a tight hug, which she returned with interest. "I've missed you, girl. It's been too long," he said into her shoulder. "Don't I know it," she replied into his shirt. The workmen were starting to notice them, and wolf whistles rent the air. "Let's get out of here," Bane said, tugging her hand. "Yes, let's." Megan agreed, following eagerly behind. They had lunch at a small exclusive Italian place where they knew Bane. His family were relatively well-known wine growers with farms spread all over the world. So sommeliers all over the city went out of their way to make Bane feel welcome in their establishments. Bane didn't really enjoy having his ass kissed, and that's why he favored this little out-of-the-way place. They knew who he was, but not because of his family business. He and the family's son had dated briefly before the son decided he wasn't gay after all. Bane had been supportive, and they'd remained friends ever since. Especially since Bane didn't bring any of his dates to the restaurant. His former boyfriend was also the house chef, and Bane was of the opinion that that would not only be tacky but also dangerous for his health. "So he's still into you?" Megan always asked whenever they came by, and the chef would fawn all over Bane. "No. He's straight now. I think he's engaged to be married even," Bane would clarify with a look in his eye that Megan couldn't quite read. "Well, y'all are just too evolved for me. Are we having that heavenly lasagna again?" Bane tended to place their order in Italian, so Megan never knew what she'd be having until it appeared before her. "Yes, I told them to bring you the lasagna," Bane said in an indulgent tone. "Now, to business. What is going on between you and Dean? Why am I hearing rumors of a rift in the family?" he said, leaning forward and beetling his brows at her. "A rift?" Megan said in surprise. You don't get to look at me all shocked and shit like you don't know what I'm talking about. 2 days ago you were all wistful and sad and oh Dean my love, so don't sit there like you don't have a clue," Bane said. "I don't." Bane glared at her. "Really, I don't. I did see Dean 2 nights ago, it's true. He came to my place to take me out for a drink. We kissed. I told him that I won't kiss him anymore until he was a free man. He took off to Ibiza. That's all I know. Swear," she said, putting up her hand like she was reciting the national anthem. "Was that before or after you called me?" Bane demanded. "After. In fact, he texted me right after we hung up. I was going to tell you," she anticipated his next question. "So what's this about a rift?" "I don't know. It's just country club rumors, I have no details," Bane said, and she could see his frustration. "Well then, what?" Megan asked. "I don't know. Why don't you call him and see what he says?" he suggested. Megan gave him a look. "I can't call him to see what he says, he's supposed to call me. Anything else would be a fatal display of weakness, to quote you." "Yeah, okay, you're right. Good to know you listen to me sometimes. Now you want to hear about my stripper or not?" Bane asked as the first course was brought to them. Ibiza was cool this time of year, and even as Dean checked into the hotel at 3 a.m., having caught the night flight. He booked a suite on a different floor from that which Samantha and her crew were on, thanking the clerk as he took his key. He only had hand luggage after all, he wasn't planning on staying long. Just long enough to finish with Samantha and go back to New York before Megan left again for God knew where. He knew he should have spent more time talking about her plans and schedule rather than Harry Potter, but damn, who could think straight when she was looking back at him with those liquid brown eyes alight with enjoyment. He checked into his room and then sent Samantha a text. "We need to talk." Dean looked at the words and shuddered. He always hated when anyone told him that, and here he was laying them at Samantha's door. She knew how much he hated those words. What would she think? She was expecting a proposal and he'd been ready to give it to her. His mother had given her the family heirloom to be used as an engagement ring, 20-carat diamond in a gold and platinum setting. It was beautiful and she was excited to receive it, and he hadn't had any reason not to give it to her. Now, he wasn't sure that he and Megan would ever amount to much or anything at all. God knows they came from different worlds, and she could absolutely be a gold digger. But the last time he'd felt this alive, they were debating Homer in a tiny garage office in high school. He owed it to himself to at least see if this was something, or if it was nothing. And that meant breaking it off with Samantha. He thought that whatever the consequences, that at least would be a relief. "Where are you?" His phone dinged as he looked down at it. Oh, looked like Samantha was awake. "I'm here. In Ibiza." His phone rings about 3 minutes later, and he's not surprised to see Samantha's name and photo pop up. It was one she'd taken at another photo shoot with nothing but her hands covering her breasts. She had saved it to her name herself, just so that Dean wouldn't forget what he had every time she called him. "Hello," he says into the phone. "Dean. You're here? Your mother's been going crazy looking for you." "Why didn't you say you were coming?" she exclaimed, her high voice making Dean wince. He hadn't noticed what a soprano she had. Compared to Megan's honeyed tenor, it just grated on his nerves all of a sudden. "Yeah, I'm here," he said, ignoring the part about his mother. "Can we have breakfast?" "What now?" she asked incredulously. "Obviously not." "How about 10 in the morning?" he asked, figuring that if she slept now she should be fairly alert by then. "I have a 4 a.m. photo call, Dean. Why do you think I'm awake at this time?" she said exasperatedly. "Oh, and I guess you're not having breakfast at this time?" he inquired. "Of course not. You know I never eat before a shoot." "Well, okay then, when can you squeeze me in?" he asked. "How about lunch? Around 11 a.m.? You could come down to the site," she said. "Good, wonderful. Have your assistant text me directions?" "Will do. See you then. Kisses," she said and hung up. "Bye," he said into the empty phone. "He's going to propose," Samantha told her stylist as she arranged her hair. "Oh my God, how excited are you?" her stylist Morgana asked. Samantha took a deep breath. "I'm trying really hard to play it cool." "No need to seem overeager, is there?" she said, smiling smugly. Dean arrived at the shoot site at 11 on the dot. It was a madhouse of movement and bustle, but he managed to snag a passing assistant to direct him to Samantha. She was seated on a throne-like contraption in a long, willowy, flowery transparent something that showed all her assets to the best advantage. She smiled as she saw him approach and gracefully rose to her feet, extending her hand out to be kissed. He obliged her, capturing her hand in his and bringing it to his mouth. He straightened up and looked at her. She was looking expectantly back at him, like she was expecting the kissing to extend to her mouth. His mouth twisted in a pained expression. "Can we go somewhere private?" he asked in a low voice. Samantha's assistant and stylist were loitering about in addition to other miscellaneous people. Samantha seemed to ponder it, and then she gestured toward the water. "We can walk on the beach," she said with a smile that Dean didn't understand. "Yes. Let's, he said and stuck his hands in his pockets so as not to have to hold hers. She followed the movement and inexplicably her smile widened. Dean felt like somehow wires were getting crossed even before words had been spoken. They walked quietly along the shore for a while, enjoying the view as Dean tried to find the right words. "I know what it is you want to say, Dean, so just go ahead," Samantha encouraged, placing a hand on his arm and smiling. From her demeanor, Dean very much doubted that she knew what he wanted to say. "How long have we been together?" he asked. Samantha moved her head in an implied shrug. "I don't know, practically since we were babies," she said. Dean nodded his agreement. "And you've never felt the need to, try elsewhere?" he asked. Dean's mouth moved in that pained expression again. "I don't know. Curiosity? Dissatisfaction? Passion?" he asked. Samantha was staring at him as if she was worried that he wasn't saying the things she thought he should be saying. "Why are you saying these things to me? Did someone tell you I was cheating on you? Because I'm not," she protested, but a little too much in Dean's opinion. "No, nothing like that. It's just that my father had a stroke and I'm now in the hot seat to take over the family business and apparently get married, and I'm feeling like..." Dean trailed off, wondering how to put it so that it didn't sound like he was blaming her for his unhappiness in this relationship. "I feel like I have to take back myself. Be my own man," he said. She didn't seem too interested in his moment. "And to do that, I think I need some time alone. To find out who I really am," he continued, hoping he didn't have to come right out and say it. "What are you saying exactly?" she asked. Dean took a deep breath. "It's not you, it's me? This is for the best? You deserve better? They're all cliches, but they're also all true," he said. Dean breathed deep. "Yes," he said on the exhale. Samantha stared at him in shock, and then she was scratching, biting, and hitting him everywhere she could reach. Dean tried to protect his face, but otherwise he let her have her way with him. Suddenly she stopped attacking him. "You won't get away with this," she cried. Her face was red and puffy as if she was the one who'd been beaten. She took off down the beach at a run, and Dean watched her go, wondering if he should follow. Seeing as he was the cause of her upset, maybe that would not be a good idea. He turned around slowly to make his way back to his car, head down. He fished out his phone, wondering if it was too soon to call Megan. But he found that what he'd said to Samantha was true. He really did need some time to sort himself out. Find out who he was without reference to his mother or his family or his friends. Without reference to a woman, most definitely. He had reached the hotel and was packing his bags when his phone rang. Mother calling. He hesitated, wanting to let it go to voicemail, but he knew if they didn't do this now, they'd still do it later, so he clicked the answer button and waited. "Dean, what have you done?" his mother demanded coldly. "Mother, and how are you today?" Dean replied against his better judgment. There was a cold front approaching from the other end of the line. "Dean, whatever you were thinking by breaking off your engagement to his mother began. "We weren't engaged," Dean corrected and interrupted his mother. He had to sit down, his knees were weak. "Excuse me?" He could hear the shock in her voice. "Nobody," contradicted Poppy Wesson. "We weren't engaged, Mother. I hadn't asked her to marry me, and I'm not going to," Dean said, gathering all the courage he had in his hands. "I'm headed to New York now. Can we postpone the third degree till then?" he inquired, keeping his voice steady. "Should I call him?" "I think I should call him," Megan said at the end of the week. She'd been on her toes every day waiting for Dean to get in touch, but he didn't. Bane had been keeping her sane with a running commentary of all the reasons why he could be MIA. "And say what?" "Hi Dean, why haven't you called me?" I've been sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting for you to call and you haven't. Bane adopted a particularly whiny voice for this performance. It made Megan's ears hurt. You're right. Let's think about something else. Like my residency at Johns Hopkins. You think they'll take me? She asked as she redid his nails. Bane liked to have her paint his nails when they were together. He said it was soothing. He wasn't crazy enough to show up for work with nail polish on his fingernails, but over the weekend he liked to show off his pretty fingers that way. I absolutely think they'll take you, he said. You're my best friend, you're supposed to say that, she said. And my dad also happens to know 2 people on the board. I happened to ask him to, just find out which way they were leaning, and you're definitely in their pro column, he told her. She sat up so sharply a streak of black nail polish ran up his finger. Hey, careful, he protested. Oh, sorry, she said, reaching for the nail polish remover. Are you sure about that, Bane? She asked breathlessly. Bane shrugged. You have competition, I won't lie, but your chances are pretty good, he said. Megan surged forward to hug him. I love you so much, Bane, she said, squeezing him tight. I love you too, Mayflower, he replied. It was his pet name for her simply because her birthday was in May. Mr. Henley was pottering around on the underside of a really old Model T Ford when Megan came in carrying a package and a paper bag of food. Rock music was blaring from the speakers as per usual, and his apprentice was on the other side of the shop dressed in coveralls and a mask, doing a paint job on a vehicle. He waved briefly at her and she lifted her hand back, her fingers being too full of stuff to actually wave. Hey, Mr. Henley, she said, stopping in front of the car. He rolled out from under it and grinned up at her. Hey, Megan, what brings you by here this fine morning? He asked. It's actually noon and I brought you something, she said. Mr. Henley visibly brightened as he stood up. You did? Let's see it then, he said, reaching out. Megan placed the package in his hands but held on to the food. Mr. Henley peered into the bag inquisitively, then reached in and extracted the vinyl record, a copy of U2's first album, Boy. The look on his face almost brought tears to Megan's eyes. There's more, she said, voice quivering. Oh dear God, what more could there be? This is more than enough. What's the occasion anyway? Megan shrugged. The occasion is I have some money now. Go on, hand back in the bag. Mr. Henley reached in and pulled out 2 tickets. To a U2 concert, VIP all-access tickets. He was shaking his head already. I don't care how much money you have, little girl, ain't no way you afforded these, he stated. Oh, that's the best part. I actually got the tickets free. They were forwarded to me from the clinic in Aspen. From a grateful patient, apparently. I figured it's high time you and me did that U2 thing now that I'm old enough to go without supervision. Is that what you're wearing? Her mother asked her critically the day of the concert. Megan looked down at her black jeans and Guns N' Roses t-shirt. What's wrong with it? She asked. Her mother shrugged. I dunno. Maybe the fact that you look like a homeless heavy metal crack fiend, she said. A black homeless heavy metal crack fiend, she amended. Megan laughed. Mom, it's a U2 concert, not the opera. I think I look fine, she assured her. Besides, ain't no homeless person afford this leather jacket, she continued, running her hand lovingly down the garment. She and Mr. Henley had found it one day in an old music shop. It was said to have once belonged to Jimi Hendrix. Megan's mom snorted but said no more about it. The sound of Mr. Henley's truck drawing up outside distracted them from the potential argument, and in a moment he was knocking on the door. Coming, Megan called, hastily slipping on the jacket and reaching for her blue heels. Her mother just shook her head and went to let Mr. Henley in. You guys enjoy yourselves, she called as they left. Mr. Henley had been dressed in a very similar manner to Megan, vindicating her fully in her own eyes, she thought as she widened her eyes at her mother. The only difference was he had a bandana around his long gray hair while hers was combed all around her face like a giant curly black halo. "Thanks, Mom. We'll bring you the t-shirt," Megan called as she closed the door to the passenger side of the truck. She was curiously excited about this concert. Of course, it was the first opportunity she had to see U2 in concert, and that could account for it. Plus she had all-access VIP tickets, which could account for the tingling in her fingers and toes, but still, it was curious how excited she was. She got her phone out to text Bane and let him know where she'd be for the next few hours. She hadn't told him the source of the tickets in case he made a bigger deal of it than it was, or worse, didn't make a bigger deal of it. How many patients even knew of her love of rock music anyway? It wasn't like she was busy having intimate chats about her personal life with them as she administered to their injuries. There was only one patient who she was sure knew about her penchant for rock music. And if he'd sent the tickets, maybe this was his way of saying thanks but no thanks, or hasta la vista baby, or whatever it is guys said when they weren't sufficiently invested to actually talk to you but didn't want to appear like the dicks they were by sugar-coating their rejection with gifts. It had been 3 weeks since he'd said he was going to Ibiza, and there had been no word from him. Not so much as a text. Why Megan even continued to hope she had no idea, but she just felt like this could not be the end. Besides, Bane said that there was a rift in the family, the rumors of which had not abated. So maybe he was just dealing with family drama and that's why he hadn't called. It didn't necessarily mean. She thought back to their make-out session in the car. He'd wanted to know if it would tingle when he touched her. He'd said it had. Was that enough for him? Just the knowledge? From the way he'd been, so desperately turned on, she'd have said no, but what did she know about guys? That TA had managed to hide his wife and kids from her. Anyway, if he only wanted her for her body, did she really want him? They arrived at the concert just in time for the opening act. An all-girls group Megan had never heard of. They had some good beats and they hyped the crowd up quite effectively. When U2 finally came on, Mr. Henley and she were good and ready for them. What with the shouting along with the words and the, apparently, complimentary champagne and strawberries, the time flew by and before they knew it, the show was winding up. Both of them were not ready for the party to end, and when the concierge informed them that the ticket entitled them to attend the after-party where they might meet the band and God knows who else, they didn't even have to exchange glances to know that they were definitely going. The after-party was being held in the hotel at which the concert was held, on the roof. They rode up the elevator escorted by the concierge who had the passkey to open the elevator to the rooftop. The party was already in full swing when they got there, and Mr. Henley made a beeline for the bar where he'd spotted someone who looked like Dolly Parton sitting all by her lonesome. She wandered around just watching people, soaking in the atmosphere, hardly able to believe she was here. The champagne was still singing in her blood, or maybe that was just the music. Either way, she felt like she was on a cloud just floating gently in the sky. When she saw him, she figured that of course her beautiful daydream would have incorporated him. After all, he was her original source of castles in the air. "Hi," he said, smiling at her like he hadn't disappeared for 3 weeks without a word. "Do I know you?" she asked him loftily, not deigning to look at him. His face fell. "I thought since you'd accepted my gift you'd forgiven me for my dick move disappearing like that," he said. "Oh, your gift was it?" Megan said. Okay, she'd suspected it, but to have it confirmed like this was unexpected. "I thought I'd surprise you with my presence and you'd be so happy to see me, because you'd enjoyed the concert, that you'd forget all about my silence." "Well, that plan tanked," she informed him. "Yes, I see that." "What would you say if I said that I needed some time?" he said. "I would say that sending a text to that effect wouldn't have killed you," she replied. "I'm sorry," he said with a grimace. "Sorry doesn't unspill the milk," Megan said. "Can I buy you a new bottle?" Dean asked with a smile. Bottle? She asked, wondering if she was drunker than she imagined. Of milk, he clarified. She almost laughed. Almost. It was a close thing, but she managed to convert it into a cough. Money doesn't automatically solve all your problems, you know, she said. Oh, I know, Dean said wryly with a grimace. Megan suddenly remembered the alleged rift that his family was experiencing. How are you, by the way? Are you all right? She asked him in genuine concern. He stared at her, startled by the about-face. What? Me? Yes, I'm fine. Are you all right? He asked in turn. Peachy, she said. Wonderful, would you like to get out of here? He asked. I haven't met you two yet, she protested. Oh well, bad news, Bono has already left. He doesn't usually stay at these things for long. Damn, Megan said. However, if you'd like, I can arrange for you to meet him, Dean said. Oh really? Megan said. Really? I'll put it on my to-do list, Dean assured her. I'm touched, Megan said, and she actually was. So can we go somewhere maybe? Have a conversation? Dean asked. About? Megan asked, crossing her arms in a characteristically defensive gesture. About what's been happening in our lives for the last 3 weeks, maybe what we want to happen in our lives in the next 3 weeks. Is there a particular reason why we're sticking to this particular block of 6 weeks? She asked. Not really. Just, it's a place to start. Okay then. However, I came here with someone and I'm not leaving without them. If you want to see me, you can make an appointment or ask me out on a date, same as any other self-respecting man with honorable intentions. I thought I did that. After all, I sent you the tickets, he protested. Okay, I'll give you that one, Megan conceded. However, I'm still leaving with Mr. Henley. Can I call you tomorrow then? He asked. You may call me, I don't guarantee I will answer, she replied haughtily. Don't be mad, baby, he cajoled. I'm not mad. I just don't like to be played with, Megan said. Dean put his hand to his heart. I do solemnly swear, I'm not playing with you. Megan smiled. Did you just modify Harry Potter to fit your own aims? The Prisoner of Azkaban, you caught that. I think that's what I love about you, Dean said, and then he stopped short, eyes wide, realizing what he just said. And by love I mean like, he clarified. Megan smiled. Yeah, of course that's what you meant. I enjoy that about you too. Great. So we have one thing in common, that's a start, isn't it? It's a great start. Now if you will excuse me, I need to go find Mr. Henley. Dean reached out to snag her hand as she passed. She let him hold it for a moment and then she took her hand back and walked away. Chapter 7. Dean called promptly at 10 in the morning, waking Megan up from peaceful slumber. She was not amused, but she was also quite glad that he'd kept his word. What? She said into the phone. So rude. I would like to ask for the pleasure of your company this evening at a dining establishment of your choosing, he said very formally. Oh, how quaint, Heathcliff, she said in amusement. Do you agree to dine with me then? He asked. Yeah, sure. There's a small Italian restaurant a friend of mine introduced me to. They have the best lasagna I've ever tasted. How about we meet there? She said. Wonderful. What time? I don't know. What's good for you? We have a lot to talk about. Shall we say 7 p.m.? All right, she agreed. She debated with herself for all of 5 minutes before she called Bain. "Help," she said. "What now?" he sighed. "Well, let me start from the beginning. Someone sent me you 2 tickets from Aspen and it turned out to be Dean. He turned up at the concert last night and asked me out. I told him to call me in the morning. And he did. So now he and I are meant to have dinner at your Italian place." "Really?" "I should call Luigi and alert him," Bain said as if speaking to himself. "Alert him to what?" Megan asked automatically. "Alert him to the fact that he's having special guests this evening," Bain said. "Aw, Bain, you're so sweet," she said. "I know how to take care of my people. Now tell me, why are you meeting with Dean? Is he single now?" "That's what we're supposed to talk about, among other things apparently." "I get a blow-by-blow?" he asked. "Of course you do," she stated. "Now, what will you wear?" he wanted to know. "That's why I called you." "Indeed. We need to go shopping." "No, we don't. I don't have the cash for that and I'm not taking yours," she said. "If you don't come with me, I'll just go by myself, and then where will we be?" "Probably buying something that you hate, and you'll have to wear it because it'll cost too much and you'll feel guilty if you don't." "You are the devil, you know that," she complained. "Just call me Memnock," Bain said. "I'll pick you up in a couple of hours." "Wear flats." Megan arrived at the restaurant with minutes to spare and spent the time chatting with Luigi about his fiancée Nancy and their plans for the future. Megan was still trying to figure him out because she wasn't picking up any excitement about his upcoming wedding. However, when the topic switched to Bain, his face lit up like a candle. As Dean walked up to the table, he stood up and prepared to leave after introductions had been made. He gave her a wink and a thumbs up behind Dean's back, and she tried not to laugh. "So this place is quaint. How did you find it?" Dean asked. He seemed a bit put out that she was such good friend with the chef. "Do you remember Bainbury?" she asked him. Dean thought about it for a minute, frowning. "You know, tall guy, russet-colored hair, light brown eyes, kind of Lopez when he walks," she prompted. "Oh, you mean your gay friend?" "Yeah, I remember him," Dean said. "You guys are still in touch?" "Still best friends," she said. "Wow, and here I thought you just hung out with each other for convenience," he said. "Don't be an asshole," she said, annoyed. "Sorry." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be snarky, it's just, no, there's no excuse." "Sorry," he said. "Okay, maybe we can start over," she said. "Yes, let's." "How is Bainbury anyway?" he asked. "He's great. He's an architect now," she told him. "Oh, really? So he didn't feel that he had to go into the family business?" "Nope. But anyway, he has his brother who's perfectly happy to take over." "Lucky bastard," Dean murmured. Megan's eyes went up. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing really. It's just that I have no brothers to fob this job off on, you know? I wish I did. Or even a sister." "You don't want to be head of a multinational conglomerate?" Megan asked in surprise. "I want options," Dean said. "And you don't have them?" "Not really. At least not to do with the firm. Though everything in my family seems to be something to do with the firm. My mother wants to kill me, you know." "Really? Any particular reason?" The marriage with Samantha wasn't just supposed to be a neatly tied bow after years of dating, it was supposed to be a merger. "Oh. I guess Samantha's family owns some other multinational conglomerate?" Megan asked. Not really, but they do own a crucial sector in the banking industry that would be useful to us, he said. Ah. Well. So are you saying you're going to marry her after all? She asked, bracing herself for impact. If I was, then my mother wouldn't be mad at me, now would she? He said. You broke it off? She asked. I broke it off, he repeated, nodding his head. So now what? She asked. The waiter discreetly brought in the entree and they paused their conversation so he could arrange their plates to his satisfaction. Well, that's what the last 3 weeks were about, Dean continued as soon as the waiter disappeared, as if there had been no interruption. I was trying to figure things out. And did you? Megan asked, spooning her soup. Dean sighed, not really. I kept being distracted by thoughts of you. So I figured the best way to get rid of those was to actually see you. Megan ate her soup impassively. And has that helped? She asked. Well, it's helped in that it's really crystallized for me the fact that I like you. A lot. And I want to see you. But. There's always a but, Megan commented. Yes, maybe, but mine is a real concern. You see, my family can't know about you, not for a good long while. My mother would think that you're the reason I refused to marry Samantha, and that would just create more problems for you than you need. My dad is weak right now, and he's not in any position to handle stress in his life. I don't want to be the one to bring stress to him. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're saying you want to see me, but in secret, Megan said, wondering why she was even surprised. I broke up with Samantha for you, he reminded her. She looked up at him. I thought you broke up with Samantha for you. She said. Yeah, but I never would have done it without the impetus of you behind it. I'm honest enough to admit that. Megan nodded her head, whether in acknowledgement or agreement Dean didn't know. It's not forever. Just till we know where this thing is going. If it's serious enough to brave Mother's wrath, then we'll do that. In the meantime, let's just get to know each other. Please, Dean said. There was that please again. It seemed to do strange things to Megan's willpower. She thought about what he was saying essentially. He'd broken off a serious relationship to pursue one with her, but he had genuine reasons for not wanting to broadcast that to the world. Were his reasons valid? They seemed to be, and Megan wanted to give him a chance. Dean's hand snaked out to cover hers. Megan? He asked softly. Okay, she replied, and she could feel his whole body relax even without looking at him. Great. Wonderful. Marvelous. He enthused, and she had to smile at the happiness she saw on his face. So I have the entire collection of Harry Potter at my place. Would you care to join me in lively debate on whether Sirius Black caused his own death or not? He asked. She stared at him. Are you trying to lure me to your home via false pretenses? She asked. There is nothing false about my pretenses, I do assure you, he protested. You just want to see if I can make you tingle again, don't you? She challenged. He dipped his head to hide the smile blooming on his face and then looked up at her. Okay, you caught me. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the last time you touched me. I need you to touch me again. When you put it like that, she murmured into her coffee. Dean lived in a surprisingly tiny apartment over a bookshop that he said he owned. He'd moved into the apartment 3 weeks previously after the fallout with his mother over his aborted wedding plans. He was still working at the firm and he went home to see his father whenever he could, but he and his mother needed space from each other. Besides, he was sure it was high time he left home, and he'd always liked the bookshop. It was peaceful and cozy, and he knew Megan would feel at home there. The fact that that had been one of his considerations while choosing his abode scared him silly sometimes. Other times he tried not to think about it too much. I am impressed, she said when he showed her around. You are? He asked, surprised. Yes. Your home is very neat and clean, which could be attributed to having a maid or something maybe, but it's also really home. Why? I didn't expect that. You thought I'd live in postmodern pretentiousness, didn't you? He asked, amused. That is a very apt description actually, she conceded. Tell me, if you think I'm such a dick, then why do you like me? He asked. He leaned in and placed his lips on hers. Very gently, not making any demands. Chapter 8. She grimaced, wondering if she should point that out, but decided that fell strictly under Dean's problem and turned away, staring at the ceiling and mentally going over every inch of her body, trying to discover how exactly everything had changed or was still the same. Everything hurt, but not in any way she'd ever experienced before. It was more of an ache, like her muscles were taken aback at having been required to contract in these new ways they weren't used to. She moved her hips experimentally to see what would happen and bumped accidentally against Dean's back. He turned around to face her, a goofy smile on his face. Was that as good for you as it was for me? He asked. Probably not, she replied, but smiling with it. He opened his magnetic green eyes fully and stared into hers. Well, one rarely enjoys their first time, I'm told, he said, watching her. Did you? She asked, and when he lifted his brows in inquiry, she clarified, enjoy yours? Oh. Yeah. I hardly remember it. I was 15, there was alcohol. It was a friend of Samantha's, he said, and then hurried to explain himself when she lifted her eyebrows at him. We weren't together then, but we all hung out at my beach house mostly. She'd been eyeing me for some time, and it was a party, and we were playing spin the bottle. And then we went into the closet, and before I knew it she was going down on me, and I was pulling her up and fucking into her, and it was hurried and sweaty and weird, and I don't even remember if I came or not. Wow. Then what happened? Megan asked, curling onto her side to face him. Then Samantha was sulking, and the next day she was asking me if I wanted to go together or not. Of course I knew what the right answer was, and I gave it, he said. Such a romantic story. I'm blown away, Megan said, widening her eyes in fake enthusiasm. Dean grinned. I was totally fine with being with Samantha till you came along and made me question everything. Now I'm fighting with my mother and everyone's mad at me. So thanks. Aw, I'm sorry for existing. Shall I go back to being a figment of your imagination? I can disappear just as easily as I appeared, you know? Megan said. She was joking, but the offer was serious. She would disappear if he told her to. Hey! I broke it, I buy it. I'm keeping you. He said. Megan opened her mouth to say something about his way with words, but then she just laughed. It's getting really late. I should go, she said instead. Why? Dean asked. Megan gave him a look and shrugged. I don't want to impose. If you're imposing, I promise I'll tell you, he said, shifting himself closer. Stay. I want to make you breakfast. Oh, really? Can you cook? Megan asked. Don't be an anti-elitist. Of course I can cook. I grew up in a household with some of the best chefs money could buy. You think I didn't learn a thing or two? Megan shrugged again, turning away from him to hide her smile. He moved closer to plaster his front against her back and put an arm around her. Next time it'll be better, he murmured against her ear. I don't doubt it, she replied and went to sleep. They were woken by insistent knocking on the door. Dean put his head up like a reluctant mole venturing out of its hole, and Megan burrowed deeper in the blankets. She had an interview at Valley General Hospital for a locum position that had opened up, but that wasn't until 2 o'clock. She really wasn't ready to meet any of Dean's friends or relatives, so she intended to stay under here until whoever it was had been dealt with. The voices in the living room sounded upset if not raised, with Dean sounding defensive. Megan tried her best not to listen, but the other voice, which sounded cold and angry as all get out, was familiar. She'd heard those dulcet tones once before in a hospital in Aspen, and she wasn't likely to forget it in a hurry. Poppy Wesson had come to call. "How long do you think you can keep this up, Dean? You're far too old for this finding yourself nonsense you're perpetuating right now. The family needs you. Now I've spoken to Sammy and she's quite willing to give you another chance, but you need to act now," she was saying while Dean's efforts to interrupt her were smoothly overridden. "Now whatever tramp this is you've got in your bed has got to go, because Sammy will be here in 2 hours and you need to be ready," Poppy was saying. Megan debated on whether she should emerge from the bedclothes or stay in here and let Dean sort it all out. He had said something about secrecy. "Well?" Poppy demanded, "What are you waiting for?" "Mother, I'm not getting back with Sammy," Dean said. He sounded weary but resolute. "Don't be a fool, Dean," Poppy replied. "I'm not. For the first time in my life I'm choosing to do something for myself, not for the good of someone else, but just for me. And I won't let you take this away from me, Mother." The emphasis he put on the last word was cutting. Megan heard footsteps and tensed. The duvet was shoved off her in one fell swoop and she was left exposed to Poppy's scrutiny. Megan thanked the heavens she'd had time to slip on a t-shirt. Poppy glared at her. "Do I know you from somewhere?" she asked, and then turned to Dean without waiting for an answer. "Dean, are you fraternizing with the help now? Is this one of the maids you're choosing?" she asked in tones designed to cut and bruise. To his credit, Dean's glare was just as cutting. "Dr. Megan Leonard, meet my mother," he said coldly. "You must forgive her regressive views, she's still living in 1864, he said, never dropping eye contact with his mother. "Pleased to meet you," Megan said dryly. "You have 2 hours, and then I need you to take out your trash, Dean," his mother said as she walked out of the room without further reference to Megan. Megan breathed in deeply and then breathed out slowly. Dean was standing as if frozen, staring at her like he didn't know what to do with himself. "Well, that was pleasant," Megan ventured, smiling tentatively at him. He collapsed on the bed and lay his head in her lap. "Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" he asked. She asked. "Coming from that," he said, flinging his arm out in the direction his mother had been. Megan laughed. "Well, I still need you to forgive me," he said. "Forgiven. Now you'd said something about breakfast," she said, prodding his shoulder. He got up and reached a hand out to pull her out of bed. She let him propel her and ended up wrapped in his arms. She grimaced. "I haven't brushed my teeth," she said. He smiled and shrugged, leaning down to fit his lips to hers. Things pretty much went downhill from there. There was kissing and then there was touching. His whole body relaxed, he was probably asleep. Megan barely made it for her interview, but it turned out to be more of a "when can you start" type gig rather than "tell us why we should hire you," so she didn't have to strain herself at all. As soon as she was done with the paperwork to start work as soon as possible, she left the building and called Bain. "We need to meet," she said as soon as he picked up. "He turned out to be even more of an asshole than I projected?" Bain asked. "His mother, actually." "Now where and when?" she asked. "Come to the site." "Let's have dinner," he said. "I don't know. I've hardly been home since yesterday. Mama will start wondering what's going on with me. Let's make it breakfast tomorrow. That diner opposite your work site should do it." "If you feel you can wait," Bain said with a shrug in his voice. "I can wait." "Can you?" Megan teased. "I'm sticking out my tongue at you." "Good night," Bain said and hung up. Megan hailed a taxi and went home, stopping by the garage to say hello to Mr. Henley and then walking home. Her mother was home. Now that she had no one to worry about except herself, she could afford to take the occasional day off to indulge in her favorite pastime, cooking. While Megan had been at Yale, she'd saved quite a bit on her food bill because her mother was forever sending her food packages. She was also pretty popular in her dorm because of it, since her mother could really cook and Megan wasn't stingy about sharing. "Hey Mama," she called as she stepped in the trailer. "Hey baby. I hope you're hungry," her mother called. Megan smiled. "Sure, Mama. I could eat," she said. "So, your date, it went well, I take it?" her mother asked. "Humph," Megan said, settling on the table by the kitchen. "Oh, that is not a good sound. Tell Mama all about it," her mother said. So Megan did, not all. She certainly didn't tell her mother about breaking her virginity, although, stating simply that she'd spent the night with Dean. Then she told her all about his mother and her antipathy. Her mother listened with every appearance of concentration and not much surprise. "You know the Wessons are old money, right? They have expectations about their lives and their children's lives. You went to school with these people, surely this can't be a surprise to you." Megan shook her head. No, it wasn't a surprise. It was just so ill-mannered. I was surprised. I would have thought she'd be more subtle. Subtle is for people she might need later. You? She doesn't see how you could possibly ever be relevant to her. Good to know, Megan said dryly. So what are you going to do? Mama Leonard asked. What do you mean? Megan asked, puzzled. Well, just by how you talk about him, I can tell this guy means something to you. There is no future if his family will not accept you, so what do you plan to do? This is a little too Romeo and Juliet for me, Megan murmured. Isn't it though? Her mother agreed, kneading dough for pie. So what are you suggesting? I should dump Dean even before we've seen where this can go? She asked. That's exactly the question. Can it go anywhere? Her mother asked. Megan was silent. That was a question she had no answer for. I think my mother wants me to dump Dean, Megan told Bain as they stirred their coffee the next morning at the diner across the street from Bain's workplace. Are you even together enough to warrant dumping? Bain asked. Megan shrugged. I don't know. How can you tell? Well, have you had the conversation? Bain asked. Megan shook her head. No. I don't think so. Is that the talk where you talk about the future or where this is going? Megan asked. Either or, Bain said. Megan thought about their night together. Well, he said he bought me, he's keeping me. Does that count? Kind of, yeah, Bain said. Really? Does it mean we're a couple? Megan asked. I think it means you're headed in that direction, Bain shrugged. So what do you think I should do then? Megan asked. What do you want to do? I want to not have a complicated life right now, and finish my residency at Mount Sinai and get a great job helping as many people as possible. And what about Dean? Dean has his own dreams he needs to achieve, and I don't see how fighting with his mother will help him do that. Are you wussing out? Megan was silent, thinking about that. Was she just looking for an excuse to bail? This whole situation is just surreal. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. As if she'd summoned him, her phone chose that point to go off. She stared at the name on the screen. It's him, isn't it? Bain said. Yeah, Megan said and clicked the answer key. Hey, she said, sounding a bit breathless. Hi, Meg. I was wondering if I could have the pleasure of your company tonight. Dean said. Tonight? Don't you have to deal with blowback from your aborted apology tour? She asked. Dean laughed. Apology tour, he repeated. You kill me, you know that? I do. Oh dear, Megan said, sounding genuinely sad. Dean laughed again. Please come to my house. I'll make you some potato salad. It's my specialty. I guess we do kinda need to talk, she conceded. Oh, that is never good. Can't we just eat the food and maybe make out a lot? Dean said. It was Megan's turn to laugh. We'll call that Plan B, she said. Chapter 9. Megan knocked tentatively at Dean's door. It was exactly 7 p.m. and since they hadn't agreed on a time for her to show up, she figured she wasn't too early or too late. She could hear footsteps coming quickly down the stairs that led to Dean's apartment from the bookshop, and she found that she was shaking slightly. Her knees wanted to collapse beneath her. It was so silly considering how long she'd known Dean. The door opened and there he was, a soft smile on his face and welcome in his eyes. He bowed low and ushered her in, and she willed her knees to move and stop acting like such pussies. I got some chicken as well as the potato salad, Dean said, following her up the stairs. Okay, Megan replied, wondering if this was important in some obscure way. Yeah. I thought you might enjoy that, Dean said, satisfaction threading through his voice. 'Cause I'm black, right? Megan said, amused. Dean said, sounding uncertain. Megan turned the full force of her grin on him, but he didn't smile back. Instead, he grimaced. Wow, that was perpetuating a stereotype, wasn't it? I'm just like my mother. Megan waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Do you have white wine to go with the chicken? Yes, I do, Dean said in relief, going to his minibar. But I made a special cocktail for this occasion, so let me serve you that before dinner. What are we going to do about this Dean situation? Samantha Ford asked Poppy, frustration bleeding from every pore. I think this is something that you have to do alone, Sammy. You know what he likes, don't you? Poppy said. Oh God, you think sex is going to help with this? He's gone to find himself or whatever, which is usually code for I'm bored and I need some excitement in my life, Samantha said, rolling her eyes. So give him some excitement, Poppy said. Samantha looked at her. How? She asked, letting the desperation in her eyes show. Honestly, Sammy, you're a model who travels all around the world, meets many different types of people. You can't come up with something to excite Dean's life? Poppy asked. I could flirt with his friend Smith. Dean is kind of possessive. I bet he wouldn't like that, she said. Poppy wrinkled her nose, seemingly unimpressed with this plan. Any other ideas? She asked. Samantha huffed in frustration. What do you want? She asked. Well, I see why Dean is bored. Poppy said dryly. Samantha gave her the stink eye but refrained from comment. She pursed her lips together to make sure nothing came out. This wasn't just about losing a boyfriend. The Crawford fortune could use an infusion of cash after the hit it had taken following the economic crisis, and a merger with the Wesson Diamond fortune was just what they needed. The value of diamonds wasn't affected, which meant that the Wesson fortune wasn't affected. Her father was counting on her to make this happen. I find that emotional blackmail answers very well with most males, Poppy suggested. Emotional blackmail? What do I have to blackmail him with? Samantha asked. 13 years of togetherness? Leaving you high and dry? Don't stint on the tears. Poppy said. Samantha smiled at her. Do you really think that Dean would be susceptible to that? I'm his mother. What do you think? Poppy said with what could be termed as a smirk on less well-bred lips. Samantha began to hitch her breath. I think I need to pay Dean a visit. You do that, Poppy smiled back as she watched Samantha leave. The fried chicken was edible and the potato salad was actually pretty good. Megan was impressed and let Dean know it by giving him the slow clap. Thank you kindly, Dean said, looking pleased. I must say your potato salad could give my mother's a run for her money, and I do not say that lightly, Megan said, spooning some more onto her plate. I believe you, she said. Would you like some more wine? Dean asked, standing up to reach the sideboard. Sure, bring it, Megan said, holding out her glass. He poured out a bottle and then moved himself to sit next to her instead of opposite. So, he sighed deeply, you said something about talking. Yes, I did say something about we need to talk, she agreed. So here I am, there you are, we've ingested some wine, let's talk, he said. Megan took a deep breath. Would you like to start? She asked. Dean laughed. Well, I've been thinking a lot about the virginity thing, he ventured. Megan stared at him. I mean, I feel like maybe there's something I should be doing or not doing or saying now that I took your virginity. I feel like it's a big responsibility, Dean said. His face was flushed. Megan laughed. I don't know, maybe if I was a blushing virginal teenager, but I'm almost 30 years old, it's almost embarrassing to still have been a virgin. Well, now that you bring it up, why were you? He asked. Not that there's anything wrong, he hastened to add. Oh, don't go all PC on me. I wasn't saving myself for marriage or anything. It's just that, I guess I tend to get single-minded about things, and you know how high school was and then college, trying to maintain those grades and earn enough money to pay my bills, I guess I just didn't have time to socialize. It just never happened. What about after college? Dean asked. I guess you don't know about the 72-hour shifts a resident has, huh? She said wryly, and then inclined her head as if acknowledging the thinness of the argument. Plus, I just never met anyone who made me want to make the time, you know what I mean? Dean shrugged and Megan laughed. I guess not, she said. I mean, so what? Did I make you want to? Or did you just figure it was time? I refuse to answer on grounds that it might incriminate me, Megan said, laughing. Megan, Dean said. I don't know, there wasn't a whole hell of a lot of thought going into what happened. It just did. What do you want me to say? Samantha drew up to the bookshop and parked in the single slot in front of the shop. She stared up at the apartment on top of the shop. The lights were definitely on, which meant that Dean was home. Samantha alighted from the car and stood beside it, adjusting her attire to the best advantage. She was dressed in an off-the-shoulder sky blue shimmery ensemble that ended just above her knees. She'd paired it with white footwear, and her gaily painted toes peeped a cheerful blue out of the front of her open-toed heels. She'd piled her hair on top of her head, and her pearl earrings and necklace completed the picture of demure sexiness she was trying to project. She'd done her eyes with blue makeup to enhance the blueness of her eyes, and her lips were nude and shiny. She wriggled her hips, adjusting the fit of her dress over them, and then sauntered to the door, taking a deep breath before ringing the doorbell. Are you expecting someone? Megan asked, her heart speeding up anxiously. No, Dean said, his brow furrowing in bemusement. Shall we just ignore them until they go away? He asked, half serious. The doorbell chimed again. Maybe you just go see what they want, Megan said. We were kind of in the middle of finding out what you want, Dean said. Yes, well, it's not like we can talk in peace with the doorbell going off every 5 seconds, so you might as well deal with that now. It's not like I have any fucking clue how to answer you anyway. Dean studied her speculatively. You must have some vision of how this is supposed to go now, he said. The doorbell chimed again. Dean, Go answer the door, Megan insisted. Dean got up and went as Megan sipped her wine. Samantha was swaying backwards and forwards on her heels as she waited. Her heart was beating extra fast as she went over everything that she would say when he opened the door. She wasn't leaving here until they were back together. She heard his footsteps coming down the stairs and straightened up, putting her arm up to feel her hair. She snatched her hand away as she felt him undo the bolt. The door opened and Dean's eyes widened as they fell on her. "Sammy," he said flatly. "Hi, Dean. Can I come in?" she asked timidly with her hands crossed under her breasts, which had the twin effects of making her look vulnerable while shoring up her breasts. Dean opened his mouth and found that it was empty of words. He closed it and opened it again, hoping for better luck. "I'm kind of busy right now. Could we pick whatever this is up later, maybe after you call first before showing up at my door? I'm sorry about that, but it took a lot for me to get enough courage to come here after you broke up with me so abruptly. I just didn't think to call as well. Can't you spare 5 minutes for me?" she asked using her little girl voice. Dean hesitated, and so he was lost. Samantha pushed past him, and before he knew it she was climbing the stairs to his apartment. Dean closed the door and hurried to follow her, wondering what he was going to do now. He thought about turning around, getting in his Lamborghini and heading anywhere that wasn't here, but Megan was innocently sitting at his dining table and she hadn't asked for this kind of trouble. Besides, he did intend to have sex with her again, and he bet that leaving her alone to deal with his ex would diminish the chances of that happening significantly. So he followed Samantha up the stairs, albeit a lot slower than he descended them. He heard her say as she entered the apartment proper. Dean hastened his pace, and he was just in time to see Samantha striding forward to grip Megan by the arm and haul her to her feet. Megan looked like she was slightly flummoxed by the whole situation, which kind of echoed Dean's feelings on the matter. "Leave her alone," he demanded. Samantha whirled around to stare accusingly at him. "You told me you wanted to find yourself," she yelled. "Is this finding yourself? Or did you mean finding her vagina with your penis?" Samantha's face was flushed to an extent that looked feverish, and her eyes were bulging out of her head, that would seem to indicate that she was way past pissed and off into nuclear territory. "Don't be crude," he said, instinctively moving to get between Samantha and Megan. Samantha followed him with her eyes, moving in when she saw what he was doing. "What do you think I'm going to do to your little girlfriend?" "What? You think I care about who you're whoring around with? What is this, Dean? You got jungle fever? I always knew there was something between you, I just didn't figure it would last this long. Have you been cheating with her the whole time?" Samantha's voice had reached super high levels, possibly only audible to canines. "Samantha, calm down," Dean said, then could have bitten off his tongue. "The first thing they taught you in female studies was that you never told a woman to calm down." "Calm down? Calm down? I'm the injured party here," she yelled. Megan stepped out from behind Dean, which he thought was a huge mistake. "Samantha, can we talk like human beings for 5 minutes?" she said. Samantha stared incredulously at her. "Are you speaking to me?" Megan took a deep breath. "Yes, I'm speaking to you, Samantha. I don't know what transpired between you and Dean. All I do know is that your assumptions are wrong, and if you'd like to take some time to maybe have a conversation, we can clear all this up like civilized beings instead of all this yelling and screaming." Dean was very impressed with Megan's bravery. He wasn't about to let her have all the glory, though. He could do courage too. "Megan, this isn't your problem, you should let me deal with it," he said, stepping in front of her. "That's fine, but I won't have your ex-girlfriend casting aspersions on my character while I stand here doing nothing." "You're not doing nothing. You're letting me deal with it just as I should have a long time ago. In high school. When Samantha began this tedious campaign to besmirch your character, Dean said, not taking his eyes off Samantha the whole time. She was watching them with a completely incredulous look on her face, like she couldn't believe the conversation they were having. Samantha kindly apologized to Megan for that, and then we can go in the den and discuss the current situation calmly and rationally. I'm not apologizing to anyone, Samantha yelled, getting even redder, if that was even possible. She whirled on Dean and launched herself at him, tears spilling down her face. Dean, how could you do this to me? She cried desperately, eyes wide and filled with hurt. Dean couldn't help it, he actually felt bad for her. Megan stepped toward the door. I'll leave you two alone, she said. Dean unfurled Samantha's hands from his shirt as fast as he could and stepped after Megan. Don't go, you don't have to go, he said. Yes, I do, she said as she walked down the stairs. Megan, I'm sorry about all this, he tried again, pulling alongside her. No, it's not problem. Samantha always was tenacious. You should have expected something like this, I guess. Megan, Dean said her name like it was enough to express all his feelings on the matter. I'll see you, Dean, Megan said as she stepped out of the door. Yes, you will, he replied. Baby, her mother called to her as she burrowed under her blankets. Mount Sinai called. They said to present yourself there on Monday. That was enough to excavate Megan from her blankets. She jumped out of bed and went to the kitchen where her mother was making pancakes. What? When did they call? Why didn't you wake me? She asked, reaching out to grasp her mother's arm. They called yesterday evening when you had gone out. I wanted to tell you as soon as you came back, but you went straight to bed without so much as a good night, she said with an eloquent glance at her. Sorry about that, Mama, crazy evening. But this is such good news, I need to call Bane, she said, reaching for her phone. Her mother went back to her pancakes as Megan dialed. Baneberry strippers and sex toys, he answered in a pseudo-professional voice. Bane, Johns Hopkins called, she exclaimed. Oh. What did they say? Bane asked, immediately getting serious. They asked me to present myself there on Monday, she said breathlessly. I'm happy for you, baby girl, you got what you wanted, Bane said. Well, hopefully, maybe they just want to tell me no in person. Seriously? Who has that kind of time these days? If they didn't want you, they'd probably just ignore your application. How comforting, Megan said dryly. I promise you it'll be great, Bane said. I believe you, Bane, Megan replied. Now, what's really on your mind? Bane asked, sounding like he was settling down for a good long chat while filing his nails. Megan sighed heavily. Last night at dinner with Dean, we had an interesting time. Samantha showed up, she said. Oh, really? Damn, I'd buy tickets for that floor show. What happened next? Bane asked. Well, after the screaming and yelling, I kind of left before things deteriorated any further. I wasn't about to get into a knockdown drag-out with Samantha Crawford. She'd probably call the police on me and make like it was all my fault. Well, Dean wouldn't let that stand, Bane protested. Would you be willing to bet my place at Mount Sinai on that? Ouch. Are we already skeptical of the boyfriend? Boyfriend? I don't think we're there yet, Megan said. But you slept with him. I did, Megan agreed. You don't sleep with people, Bane pointed out. I didn't, Megan concurred. So? Bane prompted. So I slept with him, probably because I've been crushing on him since high school, very inadvisable but totally reasonable that I would be curious enough to want to follow through on my feelings. Doesn't mean we're forever, Megan reasoned. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Bane asked. Megan shrugged even though he couldn't see her. Whoever is convinced by my argument, she said. Bain huffed a laugh and then said, well then, good luck with that. Maybe you should have spent more time with the debate team. Maybe I should have, Megan agreed. In the meantime, I'm just gonna concentrate on what I know, which is work, and let the dean thing work itself out, she said. You know these things never just work themselves out. You know that, right? Bain said. In theory, yes, you're right, but... Megan began. No buts, Bain interrupted. I just don't see what I can do. This situation with Dean is something only he can do something about. I'm just in the way. Does he think you're in the way? Bain asked. I think his focus is more on how much sex we can have, Megan said. A man with his priorities straight, Bain said. I'm hanging up on you now, Megan replied. Oh, don't be like that, darlin'. You know I love you, Bain protested. Let's not talk about him anymore. Tell me what I should wear on Monday. Keep it business casual. Something light-colored but not white, it's after Labor Day. Winter is coming and hospitals are gloomy, but you want to project an air of light and hope to all around you. Something light blue might do it. Or purple. Definitely a suit, but sexy with it. Samantha wore light blue, Megan said. Megan, focus, Bain said. Right, sorry. Yeah, let's go with purple. What color shirt goes with that? Well, normally I'd say yellow, but that might be too much. Maybe a white shirt, black or gray. Neutral colors. I have a gray blouse, Samantha said. Wonderful. What are we doing with the hair? That poof of yours might just be too disco for a hospital, Bain said. I'll tie it back in a bun, she said. Great. That's perfect. Lunch is on me, Bain said. You're a good friend, Bain, Megan said, affection warming her heart. So are you, babe. I'll see you Monday, Bain said. Dean had only gotten rid of a distraught Samantha by promising her that they'd meet up for lunch the next day and have a real conversation. He was skeptical about the wisdom of this course of action, but he knew the alternative was a whole lot of ugliness spread over a whole lot of innocent people. It was Samantha's M.O., and he wasn't about to let Megan get smeared in the crossfire. One thing this whole experience had shown him was that it was important that he and Megan get through this intact, or at least with as little damage as possible. He entered the restaurant with trepidation in his eyes as he scanned the room for Samantha. Meeting in public had seemed like a good idea at the time because it might minimize the shouting. Now he wasn't so sure. The Harvell was a regular spot for Samantha and her crowd to hang out in. The matron was a friend, or rather he was familiar with them all and their families. Samantha might feel comfortable enough to make a scene, and Dean was not ready to be part of one. He spotted her sitting at her regular table dressed in a pink jumpsuit, her hair held back in a bun and various rings on her fingers. Samantha, he said as he walked up to the table. Hi, Dean, she replied with a shy smile. She already had a glass of cucumber water in front of her. Chapter 10. Dean sat down to face Samantha, and she leaned forward, proffering her cheek for his peck. He obliged her and then leaned back as far as his chair would allow, just so she wouldn't get any ideas. How's work? He asked her, seeking to break the ice with a neutral topic. Great. It's so easy to smile and look sexy when your heart is breaking, she said, sarcasm thick in the air. So maybe not such a neutral topic. That's too bad, Dean said vaguely and signaled the wine steward to come forth at once. How are you doing? Being the new CEO must be fun, Samantha asked, looking like she was actually interested in the answer. Actually, it's tedious and boring but also scary, so I guess it's great, Dean said. What could possibly be boring about it? She asked. The endless paperwork is nerve-wracking. Also the decision-making, although in a different way from the paperwork. It also does not help that the CFO seems to have a nervous condition where he second-guesses all my decisions. Well, you're in charge, what are you going to do about it? Dean shrugged, I haven't decided yet. Well, sounds like you have an exciting time ahead of you. How will you make time for your little whore? You know it's funny you should call her that. When we first had sex all those years ago, I don't believe you were a virgin. She, however, was, Dean stated, then regretted the words immediately. He was pretty sure Megan would not have wanted Samantha to have that information. So you admit that you've been sleeping with her all along? Samantha's voice was rising dangerously. No, Sammy, Megan and I only got together recently, he said. And by recently you mean she's the reason you broke up with me? Samantha pressed. Dean thought about the answer to that question seriously. Yes and no, he said at last, then hastened to continue before she could ask what he meant. Yes, she made me see that there was possibility beyond us. No, we were not sleeping with each other while I was still with you. And how did she make you see? By hoodwinking you into thinking she's some kind of saint? A 28-year-old virgin, Dean? Pull the other one. It wasn't even like that. And explaining to you is counterproductive anyway. All I'm saying is that you have her all wrong. If you want to blame someone for our breakup, put the blame where it belongs. On me. How very chivalrous of you to shield your new toy. How long do you think this will last, Dean, before you come crawling back to me? Do you really think this relationship of yours could possibly go anywhere? That's up to us to see, isn't it? Is it? Because a lot more people are affected by your relationship than just the two of you. Your mother is very distressed. My mother feels thwarted and she doesn't like that. I wouldn't go as far as calling her distressed though. That would take having actual emotions. Dean, don't be like this. This isn't you. Oh yeah. Who is it then? Samantha looked at him sadly, like he was the most misguided human being on the planet. I'll leave now before this gets any uglier, Dean, but mark my words, you'll come looking for me once you tire of this novelty. Don't hold your breath, Dean said quietly as she walked away. Dean stopped by the house to visit his father. He was in and out of consciousness, but at least when he was conscious he was also lucid. He didn't know about him and Samantha breaking up, and Dean wanted to keep it that way. He had no idea how his father felt about Samantha, but he was pretty sure he wouldn't be happy about anything that threatened perceptions on the firm being in good hands. And as much as Dean hated to admit it, the fact that he was perceived to be almost settled down with a girl from a good family was part and parcel of his acceptance as CEO. To rock that boat now of all times was risky business, and he knew it. He also knew that he could not pretend to be what he was not. The result was a delicate balancing act that made him feel like he was dancing on the sword of Damocles. His father was awake when he stepped in the room, and his eyes lit up when he saw Dean. Hello, Father, Dean said softly, coming to sit by the bed and clasp his father by the hand. How are you today? His father squeezed his hand weakly and made a shrugging gesture with his mouth. Yeah. Me too, Dean said ruefully. His father lifted an eyebrow in inquiry, and Dean wondered which of his problems he could discuss without causing his dad to suffer a second stroke. His father squeezed his hand again, his eyes open and trying to communicate something that Dean suspected was to do with him telling him exactly what the trouble was. He took a breath and opened his mouth. Were you in love with Mother when you got married? He was as surprised as his father was to hear the question come out of his mouth. His father stared at him as if trying to discern what was in his soul. He nodded his head, watching Dean carefully as he did it. Are you in love with her now? Was Dean's next, unexpected, question. His father frowned at him, asking with his eyes what this was about. I don't want to make a mistake with this marriage business. It's too important, he told his father, whose brow cleared as he understood where Dean was coming from. His father looked away and then back at Dean, then lifted his hand to point at his dresser. Dean looked over to see what was there but couldn't immediately spot anything that could be relevant. What do you want, father? He asked. His father pointed again, indicating the drawer underneath the dressing table. Dean moved toward it and opened the drawer. There was a leather-bound journal sitting in it. It looked old yet well preserved. He picked it up and turned toward his father with a raised eyebrow. His father nodded briefly, so Dean closed the drawer and brought the journal to his father. His father looked at him and nodded silently, as if giving permission for Dean to look. He opened the first page and read, Journal of Jeffrey Morgan Wesson, given on the occasion of his 21st birthday. February 7, 1961. With love from Mother. Dean smiled. You have a journal? He asked his dad, unable to hide his amusement. His father glared at him and then cut his eyes to the journal again. Okay, I'm reading, Dean said and turned the page. I've just left the ball being held in honor of my 21st birthday and my head is buzzing. I don't know if it's all the alcohol I've drunk or it's Poppy St. Clair's attentions. I vote for the former, but I suspect the latter. Whatever that young lady's been up to in France sure has paid dividends for her. Never have I seen so lovely a creature from so close up. And boy was she close up. Dean stopped reading immediately. He glanced up at his father with a grimace. Don't tell me you did it for the first time at your 21st birthday ball, father. That is just too much information for me. His father gave him a wry look and a smile and then closed his eyes and shook his head. What? You didn't do it for the first time or not at the ball? Dean asked, feeling himself color just discussing the possibility of his parents having sex. His father waved a hand without opening his eyes, indicating that Dean should keep reading. Dean looked back at the writing in trepidation. He had no desire to know how his father had wooed his mother, but he'd asked so. Even I didn't fail to notice how the sapphire of her ball gown exactly matched that of her eyes, or her earrings. If ever there was a jewel to complete my crown, then she is it. Dad, who knew you were such a poet? Dean teased, and his dad smiled sleepily. Dean really looked at him. The shadows under his eyes seemed deeper and his crow's feet were more pronounced. How about I leave you to sleep and maybe I can take your journal with me? Read it slowly, he said softly. His dad made another gesture of assent with his hand, but his eyes did not open. Okay, father. Rest well. I shall see you another time, he said as he stood up to leave. His father smiled and then his head listed to the side. He was asleep. Dean watched him for another moment, thinking about the vibrant man he'd been not too long ago. He felt saddened to see him this way. He looked down at the journal that contained his father's words. Maybe this was all the communication that his father would have left soon. Dean caressed the cover reverently. If that was true, then... He turned away and left the room, his heart heavy and filled with conflicting thoughts and emotions. Was Megan really just a whim, or was she more than that? How could he know for sure? He studied the journal again, thinking hard. Maybe it would help him to know what true love really was. If that was so, then it was just one more thing he had to be grateful to his father for. Could he afford to let him down or betray him, because he was sure that Jeffrey Morgan Wesson would be firmly in his wife's corner on this one? Samantha was the girl they wanted for him. Megan could never be anything more than an interloper. Dean sighed tiredly. He had a lot to think about. And with his upstairs head as opposed to just the pull of attraction that he was feeling everywhere else. Monday dawned bright and cheerful for an autumn day in New York. Megan anticipated good things for today. She took down her purple suit and gray shirt that she dry cleaned and ironed special for today and put them on, pulling her hair back in a severe bun and keeping her makeup as minimal as possible, just some nude lipstick and black eyeliner to bring out the honey gold of her eyes. She dressed in low heels because she was taking the train to Manhattan. Her goal was to be assigned to the Queens branch of the hospital whose community outreach program she'd heard so much about from her mother. As she arrived at the tall modern glass building that housed the headquarters for Mount Sinai, she took a deep breath and sent a prayer out to whomever was listening. She smiled at the receptionist as she informed her that she was here for a meeting with the hospital board. The receptionist, whose name tag said Mia Tran, asked for her name, which she gave. Mia typed into her computer and read whatever came up. "Second floor, third door to the right," she informed Megan. Megan nodded her thanks and went to the elevator. Her hands were shaking and she was sweating through her silk blouse. Megan's breath hitched and she closed her eyes, counting slowly to 10 to slow her heartbeat. By the time the elevator opened on the second floor, she had herself back in control again. There was another receptionist looking inquiringly at her and she stepped up to inform him that she was here for an interview. This receptionist has a name tag written Kevin Bradshaw, and he smiled and led her to the room, going in before her to announce her presence. Megan closed her eyes and breathed deep, reminding herself that she was fully qualified for this job and in fact they'd be lucky to have her. Kevin emerged from the room and ushered her in, and she went in, crossing her fingers behind her back as she did so. Her mother was waiting anxiously for her as she came into the house. "Well?" she asked. "I got it," Megan said with a huge smile on her face. Her mother came forward and hugged her. "I made sweet potato pie to celebrate," her mother said. "Yeah, I guess it works well for celebration or commiseration, huh?" Megan teased. Her mother didn't say anything, just let it stand. They ate the pie and toasted each other with beer, and then her mother was off to bed since she had an early shift. Megan pulled out her file folder which contained her notes and did a quick overview of common communicable diseases. She was scheduled to start work the next day for orientation and she wanted to be ready. After reading through the basics, she texted Bain, telling him of her success, and he called back at once to gush his congratulations. "I knew you could do it," he said. "Just call me the little train that could," Megan joked. "I think I can, I think I can, I think I can," Bain chanted, making Megan laugh even more. "So are we going out to celebrate tonight?" he asked. "No, I don't think so. I need to get a good night's sleep so I'm fresh for tomorrow," she said. "Aw, my little Hermione," Bain said indulgently. "All grown up now." Megan laughed out loud. "Now I'm gonna hang up 'cause I think I'm calling Dean to tell him." "Okay then. Call me back after with a blow-by-blow," Bain said. "How's your stripper?" "How come I don't get blow-by-blows of your conversations?" she asked. Honey, we don't talk," Bain said as if she was a particularly retarded, naive schoolgirl. "PG XXX all the way?" she asked, smiling. "Oh, there is no PG anywhere to be seen," Bain replied smugly. Megan laughed. "Goodbye, lover boy." "See you soon, honey chili," Bain said. Even though he grew up in the most upscale parts of New York, he'd spend enough time at Megan's residence to pick up the cadences of speech around the trailer park. He enjoyed using them while speaking with her, although he refrained when other people were around just in case they took it the wrong way. Megan really enjoyed hearing her mother's southern drawl coming out of Bain's mouth. She was smiling as she dialed Dean's number from memory, and her smile widened when he picked up on the second ring. "Hey, Dean. It's Megan," she said. "Yes, I gathered from your name flashing on my screen," he said in the same tone. Megan wasn't sure if he was deadpanning it or something was the matter. "How are you?" she ventured. "I'm well." "How are you?" he asked. Megan took the opening. "I just got accepted at Mount Sinai," she told him. "Oh, really? That's good news, I'm happy for you." His voice did sound more animated. Maybe he really was happy. "Thanks," she replied. "So I don't have to worry about you herring off to Colorado?" he said. "What?" "No, that was just a temporary gig, I was leaving there anyway," she told him. "Oh. So moving to Mount Sinai wasn't something to do with maybe wanting to stay in town for me?" he asked. Megan stared at the phone in disbelief and then put it back to her ear. No. It's been the plan all along," she said, her voice colder than it had been. "That's wonderful." "I mean it," Dean said. "Great. So anyway, I gotta go," Megan said. "Okay then. I'll see you around, I guess," Dean replied. "Yeah," Megan said and hung up. She was frozen in shock at the way that conversation had gone. It was nothing like she'd imagined, even though she knew they had some issues to iron out. She hadn't been expecting such a cool reception from him. What did it mean? And why was he asking her about moving to Mount Sinai for him? Who the hell did he think he was? And why did he sound so horrified at the possibility anyway? A few days ago he'd been all hot and bothered about them being together, and now he was all Mr. Keep Your Distance? Honestly, it was like being on the world's moodiest roller coaster sometimes. She thought about calling Bane to vent, but she didn't think she could take his brutal honesty right at the moment. He could probably explain exactly why Dean was being such a jerk, and she would want to hear why sooner or later, she guessed, but not now. Now she kind of had a funny pain in her chest, and she wanted to take her blood pressure just to be sure she wasn't having a heart attack or anything. It would be too ironic to have to be taken to the Queen's Clinic of Mount Sinai as a patient rather than a doctor. And on her first day too. She took her mother's blood pressure cuff and tested herself. Her pressure was a bit higher than normal, but nothing to be concerned about really. She got up, deciding to head off to Mr. Henley's garage to let the soothing sounds of several cars being beaten into shape and Bon Jovi lull her back into a state of happiness, or at least grace. Tomorrow was soon enough to figure out what the hell was going on with Dean. But first, her first day at her residency needed to go off without a hitch. Her first day did not go off without a hitch. In fact, it was the opposite of without a hitch. No sooner had she been issued a lab coat than one of her first patients, an adorable infant of 1.5, threw up all over it while she peered into her ear looking for infection. That one did turn out to be an ear infection of moderate severity, which had spread into the child's throat as well. Her father also seemed to be showing symptoms of the same infection, and Megan quizzed them at length about their hygiene habits and living situation. As a result, she spent a little too long talking with them, causing a nurse to discreetly urge her to speed up her technique since there was still quite a line of people waiting outside for her. Although she was a surgeon, she would be spending a requisite amount of time in the ER attending to general cases as part of her residency. It was nerve-wracking dealing with such a wide range of patients, especially after her time in Aspen, but eventually she relaxed a little and things went a bit faster and more smoothly. That is until she was called at lunchtime to the main reception area to find that she had a delivery. Bane had sent her lunch from their favorite Italian place, and it had come on a trolley complete with red rose in a vase and sparkling non-alcoholic champagne. As she was at work, said the note that accompanied the meal. It was the wrong kind of attention, and she could see her colleagues looking askance at her. She sighed, leading the serving man to her office to arrange the food. She would kill Bane later, but it would just be wrong to waste so much good food. She repaired some of the damage done by this act of extravagance by sharing the food with anyone who was interested, and what had started out as major side-eye from all and sundry turned into teasing nudges and winks about her rich boyfriend. Megan thought about explaining Bane to them, but really, where could she start? She shrugged internally and took the ribbing with grace, doubling her resolve to strangle Bane and hang him upside down from the nearest tree. Right after she thanked him for sending her such a delicious meal. Her mother was waiting to hear all the details of her first day when she got home, and then Mr. Henley came by with a six-pack to sit with her on the stoop and reminisce about the time when she was young and only dreaming about being a surgeon, and now here she was a surgeon. It gave her a strange perspective on the matter, seeing it from an outsider's point of view, but who was also an integral part of her life. "I guess it is rather fantastic," she said to him. "You got that right," he agreed. Chapter 11. I called on the St. Clairs as soon as I could without it being unseemly. Poppy's father was welcoming and accommodating, and I made any pretext I could to get Poppy in the room to no avail. We discussed nothing important, current affairs and golf, and then Mrs. St. Clair invited us to sit down for lunch. Poppy came in just as we were about to be seated, and she seemed delighted to see me. I tried to catch her eye once or twice, but she is a very demure young lady and did not look back at me. She did speak to me, inquiring after my health and my family, but nothing to really give me an idea of whether she regards me in the same light as I look at her. I would like to speak to her father. I think I'm ready to speak to her father, but I need to know that she would be agreeable. Dean closed his father's journal and sighed deeply. The Poppy from his father's memory was nothing like he recognized. Granted, she was his mother, so maybe they didn't look at her the same way, but he felt like he should be able to recognize something about the woman who was his mother and the woman his father had fallen in love with. He thought that reading this journal would bring some clarity to his own feelings about Megan, but he was even more confused. Obviously, his father had examined every angle in choosing Poppy as his bride. He was attracted to her, but he also approved of her family and who they were and made an effort to get along with her father. Clearly, if he were drawing analogies, then he'd be leaning towards Samantha's family. He was great friends with her father, or at least he had been before this debacle with his daughter, and her mother adored him. He hadn't even met Megan's mother, despite the fact that they were in high school together. He didn't know if that was his fault or hers. Megan was doodling on the prescription pad. It was just after midnight and the ER was surprisingly quiet. This was disappointing since Megan was just not interested in being in her own head right now. If it wasn't so late, she would have texted Bain, but he had work in the morning and he didn't have enough sense to ignore her texts, so she decided to take the decision out of his hands and just keep her hands to herself. She looked up, feeling eyes on her, and started when she saw Dean loitering by the doorway, staring at her. She stood up without realizing what she was doing and walked toward him. "Dean," she said, his name a surprised question as well as a statement. "Hi," he said, "can we talk somewhere?" Megan stared at him and then indicated the coffee machine. They walked toward it. It was at the end of the ER corridor and no one else was nearby at the moment. The night duty nurse was at her station and she looked up curiously as they passed but didn't say anything. There was an orderly cleaning up what looked suspiciously like vomit on the other end of the corridor, but he did not look up at them, seeming too lost in his own misery for curiosity. Megan reached out to press a coin in the slot, but Dean's hand came forward to restrain her. "Allow me," he said as he replaced her hand with his. "What would you like?" "Coffee, black with sugar," she said, and he pressed the relevant buttons. Her coffee cup descended soon after and she picked it up and waited as he made his own selection. "White coffee with sugar." Megan tried not to smile at implied analogies. "What did you need to talk to me about?" she asked, trying for a neutral, uninterested tone and not sure she nailed it. Dean hesitated, opened his mouth, closed it, and then his eyes fell on the bench next to the machine. Megan moved immediately and sat down. Her knees welcomed the fact that they were no longer required to hold her up, and she waited anxiously for Dean to say whatever it was. She was pretty sure she knew what he wanted to say. His coldness on the phone the day before was a neon light flashing, "I already got what I wanted from you." Megan was many things, but she wasn't stupid. "So, what's up?" she asked again. Dean breathed and inhaled deeply. "My dad gave me his journal the other day," he said on the exhale. "Oh." Megan asked, her heart sinking. Clearly this was going to be the long and drawn-out version of "It's not you, it's me." Yeah. I was asking him about how he knew he was in love with my mother. He can't speak, you know? Because of the stroke, Dean continued. I'm sorry, Megan said, heart softening. Clearly this wasn't easy for him either. Dean shrugged. Don't be. He's still alive and he's in his right mind. It's a lot more than many people get. Anyway, so he gave me the journal to read and it made me think a lot. Dean hesitated and Megan prompted him, and Dean huffed a laugh. I was even more confused after reading it than I was before. But I just felt like... Dean stared off into the distance as if lost in his own head. Megan gave him 2 minutes to find something to say. You felt like what? She asked at last. I had to see you, Dean whispered. Megan stared at him, waiting for something else, some clarification of what was going on in his head, the axe to fall, something. Dean just continued to stare off into the ether. Whatever he was going through, clearly this was the best he could do to communicate it. Just then, the nurse came to call her. There was a patient waiting. Megan stood and looked down at Dean. He looked back at her and nodded his head as if giving her permission to go. She grimaced and went, not knowing if he would still be there when she came back. Patience kept her occupied for the rest of the night, and when her shift was over she looked hopelessly at the bench by the coffee machine, expecting to find it empty. Dean was slumped on it, fast asleep. Megan stared at him and then went to wake him up, shaking him gently until his eyes fluttered open. Hi, she said, smiling at him. Hey, his voice was raspy with sleep and his green eyes stared muzzily at her, hypnotizing even without being able to focus clearly. You fell asleep, she informed him. He smiled, lifting his brows at the obviousness of the remark. My shift's over, shall we go? She asked. There was a strange heat curling low in her belly as she watched him uncurl himself gracefully and stand up. He looked way too delicious for someone who had spent all night sleeping on a bench. Yeah, he murmured as he put a hand over her shoulder and let her lead him out of the hospital. She ignored the interested stares of the rest of the staff as they watched them leave. She sighed inwardly. This was her second workplace to be disrupted by well-meaning males. She guessed she was just not meant to be another anonymous worker going about her business unremarked and unremembered. Still, she thought wistfully, it would have been nice to have that for just a few days. Dean was leading her to the visitors' parking and she figured his car must be there. She spotted the Lamborghini without difficulty as it was the same one he'd driven into Mr. Henley's garage all those years ago. You know, parking a Lambo in this neighborhood is just asking for trouble. You know that, right? She commented. Dean laughed but didn't reply. He clicked his keys and the car alarm beeped off so he could get the doors open. He ushered her in, not even asking if she had her own wheels somewhere. Megan's lips tightened at the assumption, but she didn't say anything. Choose your battles. The voice in her head sounded like her grandmother, who was well known for keeping a level head when all about her were losing theirs. The car drew out of the hospital parking lot and onto the highway. Are you taking me home? She asked tentatively, since Dean didn't offer any information as to their direction. Yes, but I thought I'd take you for breakfast first, he said. Megan nodded and said nothing. If this was a breakup, it was the longest one she'd ever heard of. They drove in silence for the half hour it takes to reach the restaurant Dean was aiming for. Megan was surprised to see that it's the restaurant her and Bane favor. La Trattoria? She asks Dean. Why? I thought you liked this place, Dean says. I do, I just didn't know that you did. Well, that one time you brought me here, I really enjoyed the food, and since I know you like it, I thought it was a good place to eat. Oh, Megan said, getting out of the car without waiting for Dean to get her door. She was too bemused. He took her hand and walked her in. Luigi was at the maitre d' station looking through a book. He looked up and his eyes lit up before he looked over Megan's shoulder and didn't see Bane. His face fell so suddenly it was comical, and then he hitched a smile on his face and came over to welcome her. "Megan, my dear. How are you?" he asked. "I'm good, thank you for asking. This is my friend Dean," she said, indicating him with her hand. "We thought we'd see how your breakfast measures up to your dinners." Luigi smiled. "I don't usually make breakfast, that I leave to my mother. But I am sure you'll enjoy her cornetto and cappuccino," he said. "Bring it on," Megan said with a smile and applauded his restraint in not asking after Bane. Clearly, despite what Bane had told her, this man was still carrying a torch. Luigi led them to their seats and promised to be back with their breakfasts. They sat quietly, not saying anything or looking at each other as they waited. Megan wondered how long all this was supposed to go on. She inhaled deeply and then opened her mouth to see what would come out. "How's the bookshop?" Dean smiled at her. "It's good. You should come by, pick up a few books. I won't even charge you." "Oh, really? How very generous of you," Megan said snidely but with a teasing smile. Dean returned it. "Well, there have to be some perks to being my girlfriend." Megan stared at him, wondering if he was aware of what he just said or was if it was a slip of the tongue. She decided to change the topic just in case. If he didn't mean it, she really didn't want to know. "You know what this reminds me of?" she said instead. "What?" he asked. His face looked untroubled by his prior statements, so Megan decided to assume he was unaware of it. "Gone with the Wind," she says. Dean furrowed his brow in puzzlement. "I don't get it." Megan shrugged. "There just seems to be a lot of willful blindness around me," she said. Dean stared at her suspiciously. "Are you saying I'm being willfully blind about us?" he asked. Megan smiled at him and begun to hum a song. Dean continued to stare at her suspiciously. Then she began to sing under her breath. "You're so vain, you probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, you probably think this song is about you, don't you? Don't you? Don't you?" Dean burst into loud laughter. Luckily, there weren't many people to be disturbed since the restaurant was all but empty at this hour. "If the song is actually about you, are you still vain?" he asked. That made Megan laugh. Luckily, she was saved from answering because Luigi brought their breakfast himself. The cornetto was just warm from the oven and turned out to be some form of croissant that Megan was happy to add to her list of favorite foods. The cappuccino was hot and sweet and just what she needed after a long night at work. By the way Dean tucked in, Megan figured he shared her enjoyment of the meal. "Did you find that Scarlett O'Hara was a bit unrealistic as a character when it came to how oblivious she was to everything?" Dean said out of nowhere. Megan looked up startled and found him studying her intently with the green eyes gone so dark they were almost black. Or maybe the room's dimness was responsible for that. And maybe she was responsible for the question. It was she, after all, who brought Gone with the Wind up. "I wouldn't say oblivious. She just told herself stories about how she preferred life to be as opposed to how she actually was. I think we all do that." "Yeah, but unlike with Scarlett, tomorrow has to come sooner or later," Dean said. "True, or you can just keep running indefinitely. I mean, what do you think alcoholics or drug addicts are doing?" "I thought addiction was a disease," Dean's tone was mocking. "Yeah, but why do people start drinking heavily?" she asked seriously, even though she wasn't sure how serious Dean was being. "They're usually running away from something they don't want to think about." "Do you do that yourself, run away?" he asked, further surprising her. This conversation seemed to be all over the place, but somehow Megan didn't think that it was. Dean was after something. Megan just wished she knew what. I'm more of a face it now type person, she said. Dean nodded his head slowly as if in understanding of her words. He didn't say anything else though. What about you? She asked, and Dean looked up at her in surprise. Megan guessed he thought he was the only one who could ask questions. Me? I don't know. Avoidance is my tactic, I guess, he said. I noticed, Megan said sotto voce, and Dean pretended not to hear. Luigi came by to find out if they had enjoyed their meal and if there was anything else they would like, some fruit maybe? Megan felt that she really could use some vitamin C, so asked for an orange if they had one. The weather was turning cold, but La Trattoria had been known to carry out-of-season fruits and vegetables. They had a farm along the Mediterranean Sea ran by another branch of the family from which they acquired regular shipments of various foods. Would you like that juiced or diced? Luigi asked. Diced, thank you, Megan said with a smile. She really was jonesing for the sweet juice of an orange running out of the mouth as she bit into it. Even thinking about it got her excited. She guessed that's what people meant by food porn. I'll have some grapes if you have them, Dean said, but Megan was barely listening, still caught up in her orange fantasies. What are you thinking about? Dean asked, his tone a bit sharper than was warranted. Megan smiled. Oh, just my vitamin C deficiency, she said. Dean's expression darkened. That's the first I've heard of malnourishment putting a smile on someone's face. Especially that blissful kind of smile. Megan's smile widened. Are you jealous of my orange fantasies? She asked in disbelief. Dean's frown lightened, but not by much. I'm jealous of anything or anyone that makes you look like that, he said. Megan's smile was like the sun coming out, especially on a cold November day such as that one was turning out to be. Dean's frown disappeared. That's better. Smile at me like that. Wow, Cro-Magnon much? She asked. Guilty, he smiled at her without even a hint of shame. The things you learn about a guy, she murmured, and then leaned back so the waiter could place her diced oranges in front of her. She picked up a quarter and studied it in anticipation and then tried to fit the entire thing in her mouth, attentive audience notwithstanding. You weren't kidding about that orange fetish, Dean commented, placing a grape delicately on his tongue and chewing slowly. Nope, Megan murmured around her orange. They ate in silence, mostly so that Megan didn't choke on her orange, and then Dean ushered her out after taking care of the bill. Dean watched her walk in front of him as they headed to the car. She was wearing flats and jeans with a warm sweater on top. Her ass swayed from side to side as she walked, and he followed the movement, wondering if he could persuade her to change direction and come to his place instead of going home. He shook his head like a dog shaking the water out of his ears. He had resolved not to do that until he had more clarity on the direction in which they were headed. It wouldn't be fair to jerk her around first one way then another. Besides, she must be tired from her night shift and she probably just wanted to sleep. A treacherous voice in the back of his head told him that she could sleep just as easily in his bed as hers. I have to go to work, he told it curtly. Megan turned around to look at him. What? She asked. Nothing. Just nothing, he said, shaking his head in embarrassment. Megan looked at him strangely, and he didn't blame her a bit. Then she turned around and kept walking, presenting the origin of his problems to him again in full technicolor, swaying gently from side to side and turning all his good intentions to mush. He hurried forward and cupped his hand against her ass, just feeling. He closed his eyes and breathed in. She stopped walking abruptly and turned her head to look quizzically at him. He opened his eyes and looked back at her, letting her see everything going on in those green depths, the confusion, the desire, the need. She stared at him as if transfixed for a moment that seemed to last a lifetime. Then she resumed walking like nothing had happened, coming to a stop by the passenger door and waiting for him to open it for her. He clicked the alarm off and then opened her door for her and settled her in the seat, and then he went around to the driver's side and slid in, stopping before putting the key in the slot to stare out at nothing. "Where are we going?" he asked, dumping the decision in her lap. "I thought you were taking me home," she said, cool as a cucumber. Dean resented her calm when his heart was going like a trip hammer and there was a shake in his hands just from that brief contact. He inhaled deeply. "Okay," he said. She nodded her agreement and they were off to her mother's place. By the time they got there it was 9 a.m. and the area was bustling. Mr. Henley's garage was open. There was an open-air salon set up by one of the trailers with women's hair drying by sunlight as they read magazines. People were smoking in the designated smoking area of the park, and Megan's mother was just preparing to go to work. In fact, she was locking the front door as they drove up. "Hey Mom," Megan said, alighting from the vehicle. "Good morning," her mother replied, looking first at the car and then at Dean, who was emerging from the other end of it. She stood expectantly and Megan obliged her. "Mom, this is Dean Wesson." "Dean?" "This is my mom," she said, putting at the relevant person as she introduced them. Dean walked up the stairs to shake her mother's hand, indicating that he was glad to meet her and complimenting her on a daughter well brought up. Megan's mother simply nodded and asked him if he wanted to come in. "Oh, but I thought you were on your way out," he said. "I think I have a few minutes to visit with my daughter's new friend. I think I know everyone that Megan is friends with quite intimately, except you," she said. Her voice wasn't exactly cold, it wasn't gushing with warmth either. "Okay," Dean said with a sharp smile. "Let's talk." Chapter 12. Amanda Leonard walked to the sink to fill the kettle with water. She was tense and she wasn't sure why. It wasn't the boy exactly. A blind man could see that he had it quite bad for her daughter. Still, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was trouble with a capital heartbreak. She put the kettle on to boil and sat down on the kitchen table, waiting expectantly to see what he would say to her. She'd learned from her mother that the best way to interrogate someone was to say nothing at all. "You have a well-kept house, Mrs. Leonard," he ventured shakily. Amanda smiled internally. She guessed that by his standards, they probably lived in a dump. Still, he was a diplomat, she gave him that. "Thank you," she said dryly. Megan was hovering anxiously, looking like she didn't know what to do with herself. "Megan, get some teacups, won't you?" she told her. Megan jumped to the task, looking relieved at having something to do. Dean watched her, the hunger in his eyes apparent. Was he aware of it? Amanda doubted it, not with her mother sitting right in front of him surely. "So Dean Wesson, what is it that you do again?" she asked him and watched him drag his eyes away from her daughter to focus on her again. I run my family's business," he said lamely. "I see. So is it your day off today, or does the boss choose the time he gets to work?" she asked. She saw Megan smile before she turned away to pick up some saucers and wipe the dust off them. Dean laughed as well. "Well, it's not like they can fire me," he said with a shrug. At least he was honest. But then he hurried on, maybe so as not to give the impression of being irresponsible. "Not that I don't care about the job, but I do believe I have some time this morning that's free on my schedule." Amanda nodded and then stood up to pick up the steaming kettle and make up some tea. She had some chamomile tea that would probably help the poor boy's nerves right now. "We didn't meet when my daughter and you were in school together, but I did hear that there was some sort of conflict between you." "What changed?" she asked casually and felt the young man tense. She pushed his tea toward him and he automatically took a sip and then grimaced at the taste. Clearly chamomile wasn't his favorite. "I personally had no conflict with your daughter," he said, but his eyes were on his cup and not on her. It was just an unfortunate misunderstanding, he continued weakly. I see. A misunderstanding, you say? So you didn't give your classmates the impression that my daughter was a whore? She asked equally casually. Mom. Megan whispered in shocked tones, widening her eyes at her the same way Amanda used to do to her when she'd wanted Megan to behave in front of company in younger times. Amanda gave her a look reminiscent to many Megan had given her as a teenager and then turned back to stare at a very flushed Dean, demanding an answer. There was a hint of mischief deep in her eyes, but most of her was in full tiger mom mode, defending her cub if 10 years too late. No, I most definitely did not say any such thing about your daughter, he said, and this time he met her eyes. Amanda said. Well, then I just don't know where those rumors sprang from. They certainly weren't true. An unfortunate case of jealousy. I'm so sorry she had to go through that, Dean said, looking truly contrite. Amanda shrugged. Well, I guess it's water under the bridge now. Will you drop me off at the train station on the way to your office? She asked, standing up. I'm sure Megan could use some rest. Megan's face twisted in amusement, but she said nothing. Dean opened his mouth and then closed it, nodding in acquiescence, which further amused Megan. I'll wait outside while you say goodbye, Amanda said, picking her bag back up and marching to the door. Megan lifted her eyes to Dean in commiseration. I see where you get it, he murmured to her, watching her mother leave. Get what? Megan asked, preparing to be offended on both their behalves. The sass, Dean says, grinning. Megan was so prepared to go on the attack that she was already glaring. It took a minute for what he'd said to sink in. Okay, so I better leave before, he smiled at Megan, reached down to press a chaste kiss on her cheek and turned to the door. So I'll see you later? Megan couldn't resist calling out. Count on it, Dean said without turning around. Megan smiled and went off to sleep. It really had been a long night. Dean opened the door for Amanda, wondering with trepidation if she had more uncomfortable questions in store for him. He was surprised to find that he liked her. Maybe it was the resemblance to her daughter, or that tongue that could come up with the most outrageous things at a moment's notice, or maybe he just liked Amanda for herself. She was his idea of how a mother should be, stern yet friendly, nurturing even as she was uncompromising. He hadn't missed her passing him chamomile tea even as she interrogated the fuck out of him, close with her daughter and protective of her, but willing to give Dean a chance if only because her daughter liked him. He hoped her daughter liked him. Where to? He asked her. Forest Hills Hospital, she says, and when he still looks puzzled she adds, I'll direct you. Dean nods and starts the car. The turbo engine is loud and attracts the clientele at the open-air salon. They stare with wonder as the 700 horses under his hood revved up, ready to take him to the moon and back if he pleased. Amanda paid them no mind, so Dean didn't either, accelerating down the street as he keyed in Amanda's direction to his navigation system. Amanda asked him if he had some music, and Dean thought frantically about what he had on his MP3 player, deciding to go with radio as a safer bet. He didn't need Megan's mother judging his music. He was pretty sure he had some rap music she wouldn't approve of. They threw around the N-word a lot. They rode in silence, and then suddenly Amanda turns to him. What do you want with my daughter? She asks. Good question, Dean blurts before he really thinks about who he's talking to. I mean, I have some extremely strong feelings for her, obviously, but... Amanda agreed. I am trying to figure it out, Dean says. I'm sure you are. But meanwhile it's my daughter's heart you're jerking around, Amanda warned. Dean was silent, thinking about that. I'm not, he said quietly. You're not what? Amanda asked. Jerking her around, he said, stealing a glance at her and then facing forward again. No matter who she was, I would still be trying to figure this out. I'm trying to be as honest with her as I can, and if anyone's got a level head on her shoulders, it's Megan. I just need to think how we can do it without causing damage to anyone. Are you sure you need to do this? Amanda pressed. Not want. Need, she clarified. Dean pursed his lips as he thought about it. I have to try. If only because, he trailed off reluctantly. If only because what? Amanda asked. Dean smiled ruefully at her. You know the KGB could have used you in their heyday. They couldn't handle me, now answer my question, she replied. If only because, and this is going to sound extremely corny, it's just that I have no other way to put it, I've just never felt this alive before. I think I can feel my blood running through my veins when she's in the room. Colors get brighter even though my vision gets hazier. It's crazy. I may be hormonal or I could be in love. I need to find out which it is. Which do you think it is? Amanda persisted. Dean said nothing for a long time, just concentrating on driving. They pulled up at Forest Hills Hospital and Dean got out to open the door for Amanda. She got out and stood by the door, studying him. Which is it, Dean? She asked again. Dean avoided her eyes, staring at the door of the Lamborghini like it might have the answer. I don't know, he said at last. Amanda made a sound between a snort and a huff. She wanted to tell him to stay away from her daughter until he was sure, but she knew that wasn't her call. Megan had to live her own life, make her own mistakes, and if Dean was one, then so be it. Amanda would be there to pick up the pieces and Megan would be the wiser for it. If he wasn't a mistake, then, God help them all. Hey, did we break up? The sound of the beep that signaled she had a text woke her up and she squinted at the screen in fuzzy puzzlement. At last she thought to read the name of the sender. Bain. She clicked reply immediately and typed out a message. Not as far as I know. Why? What have you heard? She rubbed her eyes, trying to rub the tiredness from them and failing miserably. She peered at the clock. It was just past noon, which meant she'd slept for maybe 2 hours. She tried to remember if she told Bain she had the night shift last night and then remembered that she was avoiding him. Just haven't heard from you in like 2 days. Megan stared at the text wondering if it was accurate. 2 days? That would be unprecedented. She tried to think back to the last time she spoke to Bain but couldn't quite pin it down. Megan, that can't be right. Bain, that's what I said, but there you are. Megan, what can I do to make it up to you, sad face? Bain, sleepover? Megan, done. She wanted to avoid her mother anyway after the whole "why did you call my daughter a whore" fiasco with Dean. She was impressed that he agreed to drive her to the hospital after that. He was a braver man than she thought. Still, he was being dodgy and her mother was bound to have noticed that on the drive to work, if not at the kitchen table, and Megan wasn't ready to hear about how bad Dean was for her. She already knew that, thank you very much. Still, another one of her grandmother's sayings had always been "you only live once, so make the most of it." Or was that someone else? Megan wasn't sure, but she figured that either way the saying was true. If Dean was a mistake, well, he was her mistake. She didn't want to get into it with her mom though, so best thing to do was spend the night elsewhere. She wanted to hear all about Bain's stripper anyway. She flopped back down and closed her eyes, dropping off back to sleep after setting her alarm clock for 3 p.m. She needed to get to the Mount Sinai clinic then for her shift, which ended at midnight. She'd get Bain to come pick her up after. Tomorrow she had the whole day off, so sleeping in wouldn't be a problem if catching up went very late. R.I.P. to Bain's day though. Oh well, the sleepover had been his idea. She rolled over and closed her eyes, dropping off to sleep immediately. Bain not only told her all about his stripper, he actually introduced them. At the club where Daniel worked. Megan tried to protest that going to a strip club on a weekday was a colossal mistake that they would pay for the rest of their lives. Bain was not on board with that plan, stating that it was discrimination to refuse to meet his boyfriend just because she disapproved of his workplace. Of course, Megan had to protest vigorously about discriminating against Daniel's workplace, and so she found herself at 1 a.m., sitting back on a couch nursing a pink drink as they waited for the floor show to begin. Bain was fidgeting in his seat, really anxious for his baby to do well and make a good impression. Megan was touched by how much he cared. Bain changed boyfriends so much that Megan had began to view it as a game he played. She tended to forget how much he put into every relationship he had. It wasn't his fault that his romances tended not to work out. Of course, it could be something to do with Bain's bad boy obsession stemming from his need to save people from themselves. Megan wasn't complaining. It was that same tendency that had made Bain approach her on the second day of school and ask her if she wanted to sit with him at lunchtime. His heart was huge and Megan really hoped that Daniel deserved it. If not, she would have to kick his ass on Bain's behalf. The room was evenly divided between hormonal females who were probably either just recently broken up or about to be married, or who knows, maybe just horny and single. Then there were the gay men who constituted the other half of the audience. It was a rowdy group and they were getting impatient as the floor show failed to start on time. There was some chanting going on that was increasing in volume by the second. Suddenly the stage went dark and then a light came on with drama and sound. A man was standing in the circle of light dressed in fur and leather. His junk was lovingly showcased in a pink G-string-looking contraption that had Megan staring into her glass rather than look at him. Her face was hot already. "Welcome," he said in a deep sexy voice that had both male and female spectators screaming, "to the floor show." Bain was shouting just as loud as anyone else, louder probably, and Megan grinned at him, suddenly glad she'd come. She'd never been to a strip joint before. It was definitely an experience. The music started and she bobbed her head in appreciation. They were playing classic rock, which she guessed was rather apropos. A group of men exploded on stage, undulating sexily as they stared at the crowd with come-hither expressions. The cacophony of sound that happened in response to that had to be seen to be believed. Megan leaned in trying to get Bain's attention so she could ask him which one of those Magic Mike wannabes on stage was Daniel. He was too involved in screaming and catcalling to answer, so she decided to just enjoy the show and ask questions later. After the routine dance, everyone seemed to have an individual set where all their clothes seemed to come off. It was an avalanche of naked bodies, and Megan reflected how quickly she'd gone from 0 to 100 in the whole immersion in sexual activity thing. She thought that before this she'd seen maybe one penis on active sexual duty, and now she was surrounded by them. It would be funny if she wasn't so dizzy. Bain grabbed her hand and she jumped. "There he is," he shouted in her ear, pointing to the tall guy on stage with long blonde hair down to his armpits and a chest so ripped it was literally like staring at a group of boulders artfully arranged in 2 rows of 3. He was dressed in nothing but a G-string and a set of 6 guns that he was using in his act. His eyes were piercing gray and his lips were thin and wide and curved at the ends as if he was about to smile at any moment. His smoldering stare was fixed on Bain as he ground his hips in a circular motion that had all the brides-to-be in the front row screaming themselves hoarse and throwing money at him. Bain was holding his gaze and he'd gone completely still, hands folded, his concentration 100% on the man on stage. He had a slight smile on his face that Megan had never seen before, and she stared hard at Daniel, hoping that the feeling was mutual and that Daniel wasn't just out for what he could get. "Megan," a familiar voice said with surprise from behind her. Considering all the noise around them, it was a wonder she heard him. She turned around to confirm with her eyes what her ears were telling her and stared up into Dean's face in absolute shock. "Dean, what are you doing here?" she asked. "I could ask the same of you." "What? Am I not man enough for you?" He might be teasing, he might be serious, Megan couldn't really tell. At least I'm in the right strip club, unless there's something you're not telling me. I think you might have taken a wrong turn somewhere, she said. Dean turned to look at Bane, who'd glanced back when Megan did but was now back to staring at his boyfriend. "Hello, Baneberry. Nice to see you again," he said. Bane twiddled his fingers at Dean but didn't say anything. They had never been really friendly even in school, regardless of the fact that they ran in the same social circles. Dean turned back to Megan. "You remember my friend Smith Winchester? His sister's getting married and she's auditioning strippers for her bachelorette party," he said. "Oh. And you just had to come with her because?" Megan asked, smiling, knowing that she was being a nosy Nelly but too curious not to ask. Her fiancé wasn't comfortable with her coming to these sorts of places without some sort of male escort, and she didn't want him to come with her, so her brother was elected. "And he elected me as best friend to the best man to come with him," Dean explained. "Great. So are you having a good time?" Megan asked as she sipped her drink and peered up at him. She was having a hard time reconciling him and this strip joint. It just didn't seem like anywhere he'd want to go. "Well, I wasn't, but I am now," he said, smiling at her. Megan smiled back because she couldn't not, but she still felt a bit awkward. Dean turned to Bane. "Hey Bane, mind if we join you?" he asked. Bane shrugged his agreement and Dean came round the settee to stand next to Megan. "Where are?" Megan began to ask. "Smith and his sister?" "They're over by the stage, sampling the merchandise," Dean said, grinning at her. Daniel had finished his set and was taking his bows. The crowd was screaming and Bane was yelling. Megan clapped enthusiastically in support, and then Daniel was gone and someone else took his place. Megan and Bane sat back down and Dean followed. He put a hand around the seat back, not quite touching Megan's neck. He kept darting glances at her and then away. It was making Megan's skin tingle. He leaned into her, nuzzling her ear, and Megan shivered. "Can I talk to you in private for a minute?" he whispered in her ear. Megan turned to look at him and he looked right back at her. "Sure," she said. Chapter 13. Megan was a bit concerned about how well Dean seemed to know his way around the premises. It's like he was a regular or something. He led her to a secluded area which had private booths partitioned with velvet drapes. He took her hand and led her into one of the booths, sitting her down on the plush velvet sofa with a grimace at the over-the-top decor. He sat down next to her and smiled. "So," he said. "Yes," she replied, looking expectantly at him. "I wanted to see how you were doing," he said, raising his brows. "You did? You just saw me yesterday," she said in surprise. "I know, but we kind of left things in the air." "True," she agreed. "So," he said, looking at her with fire in his eyes. "So," she agreed. They stared at each other for long moments, then Dean leaned forward and covered her lips with his. Her lips softened under his and she let him in. It was all the impetus he needed to smash his lips into hers, chasing her hot, sweet warmth so deep she felt dizzy with it. His hands dug into her neck, pulling her closer to him while his hardness dug hard into her hip. He ground himself into her everywhere, his lips, his hips and his hands. She was so tight against him that breathing might actually be a challenge if she was remembering that she had to do that. Luckily for her she wasn't, not really. She'd yet to run out of the breath that she had, so that was good. "Megan," he rasped, licking along her jaw and then clamping his teeth around her neck and sucking frantically. Megan's head fell back without her say-so, giving him more access, and he groaned as if he was in pain. "What say we move this party to my house?" he mumbled against her neck. "I can't ditch Bane," she protested. Please, the word was dragged from his lips as if he was in pain and could barely talk. Megan hesitated. She was so tempted she wondered why she wasn't just standing up to go with him. But she remembered his uncertainty from yesterday, how he wouldn't tell her anything definite. No, she murmured, pushing him away. His lips chased hers and his hooded eyes were glazed and staring hungrily at her as if he would swallow her whole if only he could. Megan stood up and that seemed to break the spell he was under. He stared up at her as if waiting for direction. Are you coming? She asked as she stepped out of the booth. He stood up and followed her and they went back to Bain, who was wrapped around Daniel, who was still in a relative state of undress as compared to the other people at the table. Smith Winchester and Megan guessed that the blonde girl sitting next to her and conversing intently with Daniel was Smith's sister. She came up to the booth and smiled at everyone and Bain brightened, immediately putting his hand out to pull her in. Megan, this is Daniel. Daniel? Megan, he said, pulling Daniel's attention away from Smith's sister. Megan smiled and held her hand out to be shaken. Daniel leaned forward and gathered her to him in a full-bodied hug. Megan stiffened as she was separated from his junk simply by a thin strip of pink in her jeans. She pulled away as soon as she could, smiling brightly to cover her discomfort. Great to meet you, she said. Bain's told me so much about you, Daniel said, smiling back at her. His smile was so stunning it knocked her for six. She could see exactly what Bain saw in him. Dean was less enamored by him, pulling her back toward him and snaking his arm possessively around her waist. She and Bain exchanged conspiratorial smiles at that but refrained from comment. And this is her guy Dean, Bain said, and Daniel held his hand out to be shaken. Dean shook it as he glared. Megan wasn't sure he was aware that he was glaring though. Smith's sister leaned forward, reaching for Megan's hand. Bella, she said briefly, I don't think we've had the pleasure. Megan, she replied, reaching for her hand and smiling. So you're the girl who's causing all sorts of disruption in Dean's life, huh? Bella said, looking her up and down assessingly. Am I? Megan asked, hoping to get some more info about the alleged rifts she was apparently causing without so much as meeting the people concerned. Oh yes. There is a tremendous amount of upset. Fueled by Samantha, of course, Bella seemed amused by this, which Megan didn't know how to take. I'm sorry, she said, and Bella laughed outright. Are you? She asked as if she knew way more about it than Megan did. Smith chose that moment to, but in so Megan couldn't ask her to elaborate. What say we take these discussions elsewhere, he suggested. Oh. Where? Daniel asked, still wrapped around Bain like a plaster. My place, Smith said, smiling in that secretive way he seemed to share with his sister, as if they were privy to things that the rest of the company had no clue about. Yeah, let's go to Smith's place, Dean concurred. Megan looked at Bain, who shrugged, and they all made their way out. Are you done for the night then? Megan asked Daniel. Well, yeah, I mean, after the performance it's pretty much up to us how long we want to stick around. It depends on how many clients want a private show. Lucky for me, Bain's bought out all my private shows, he said, grinning at her. Lucky for you? You don't enjoy those? Megan asked, curiosity making her bold. Well, let's just say for a guy in a serious relationship they can be a bit of a problem, he said, nudging her. Megan stared at him, not really understanding what he was saying to her. What happened in the private shows? She made a note to ask Bain when they had a minute alone. This was supposed to be a sleepover with just the two of them. It seemed that plan was going south pretty fast. They all got into their respective cars and followed Smith to his house. It was a sprawling bungalow in the suburbs of New York with a long driveway where they could park their cars without impeding anyone. Smith put on some music and offered everyone a drink. Megan wasn't driving or working the next day, so she elected to go with vodka with lime. She sat next to Daniel intending to get to know him better and was just settling down to asking him some seriously personal questions when Dean came up to sit next to her and put his arms around her shoulders. She leaned back against him and put her mouth close to his ear. "Dean? Honey? This possessive act of yours is getting old," she whispered. Dean smiled at her and put his mouth to her ear. "It's not an act," he said. Megan shivered in spite of herself. She turned quickly to Daniel and smiled at him, catching his eye as he was turning back to look at Baines sitting on his other side. He smiled back at her and then leaned in to lie against Baines. He lifted his right leg and draped it over Baines, leaning in to kiss his jaw. Baines smiled that happy smile that Megan hadn't seen before, and her heart couldn't help lightening to see it. "Looks like Daniel is otherwise occupied," Dean whispered in her ear. "What say you and I?" He leaned forward to lick her ear, making her shudder. She leaned back against him and he leaned his head on top of hers. "Aw, look at the lovebirds," Smith said teasingly as he came to distribute drinks. Megan took her vodka and downed it quite fast, holding out her glass for more. Dean watched her with eyebrows raised but said nothing. His hand was brushing lightly across her nipple. He was doing it so subtly it was only because of the bolt of lightning that shot through her on every pass of his hand that she even noticed. She fervently hoped no one else did. Smith fetched her a second drink and then came and flopped on the couch next to his sister. "So you guys are a thing now, huh?" he asked Dean. Dean looked at her, eyebrows raised as if asking her to answer. She shrugged at him, passing the baton back, and he looked back at Smith, leaned in, and kissed her cheek. Megan did note that he still did not confirm or deny anything. "Samantha has already started a campaign at the country club, you know," Bella said, sipping her champagne. "Really?" Megan asked as encouragingly as possible. "Yes. Something about Dean's new gold digger who's trying to get one up on him and he's too blind to see it." "Wow, new gold digger? And here I thought I was an old gold digger," Megan said. Dean laughed and pulled her closer, and Megan saw approval shining in Bella's eyes. She would guess that she might have an ally, except that she wasn't planning on fighting any wars, and she knew that the country club set were experts at doublespeak. You had to take everything they said with a pinch of salt until you figured out what it was they wanted. Megan looked at Dean. He was one of the country club set, all right, and she had no idea what he really wanted. Apart from her body, she knew he wanted that. The way that he'd pressed her to his side, clearly he hadn't totally recovered from their earlier encounter. "And you, Megan, what do you want?" that voice in her head that spoke in her grandmother's tone asked. "Good question," she replied to it. The alcohol was beginning to affect her, she thought as she studied Dean. She had been interested in his brain since he quoted Lord of the Rings at her all those years ago, and she definitely developed an interest in his body too in more recent times. Was that enough, though? She could just sleep with him and not let him into her heart. This could be a lark, it didn't have to mean anything life-changing. This was probably the teenage romance she should have had 10 years ago. She placed her hand slowly on his thigh, pressing down gently to let him know she was down with his program. His breathing quickened immediately and he pressed her even more firmly into him. Any nearer and she'd be sitting right in his lap. He stared into her eyes and she stared back. She could see the heat building there, and his breathing was definitely getting faster. She could feel herself leaking, her body ready for his. It had seemed to come to the conclusion that this could work long before her brain caught up. "You want to get out of here?" he asked, his voice low and raspy with desire. "Sure," she whispered back, hardly any sound to the word. His eyes widened with surprise and then stayed that way with gratification. They couldn't just stand up and go though, they'd just gotten here. "I have an early morning appointment tomorrow. I really should get going," Dean said. "Aw, already? Sit a while, give us all the deets on your new relation," Bella teased, smiling. "I think we'd do better to keep things to ourselves for a bit," Dean said, standing up. He reached down to help Megan to her feet. Whoa, Megs, where are you going? Bane protested. Megan shrugged. I don't even know right now. Dean wants me to go with him, she told him. I can't let you go off with some stranger, Bane said. Excuse me? Dean said, rounding on Bane. Stranger? Yeah, stranger. As in guy who has no acknowledged relationship with my friend just wants to take her off to God knows where to do God knows what to her without reference or permission from her guardian or friend, Bane said, standing up to face Dean. He was a few inches shorter than Dean, but he crossed his arms and glared as if he was ready to administer a beat down if that's what it took. Dean stared at him and then smiled. I think Megan is enough of an adult to make her own decisions. Megan? He didn't take his eyes off Bane the entire time. Bane? Sidebar? Megan said, taking hold of his hand and pulling. Bane sighed and went with her. She walked down a likely corridor that seemed to lead to a water closet. When they were far enough away that they could whisper in privacy, she stopped. Okay. What's up with the big matcha showdown? She asked, folding her hands. Don't you fold your hands at me, Bane said. He's standing there being all arrogant and not even claiming you as his girlfriend, and he wants to leave with you? Bane's voice was pretty high at the end of the sentence. Bane, he won't break my heart. I won't let him, Megan said intently. Bane opened his mouth to protest. I want to sleep with him, Bane. Megan whispers shouted. He asked me and I said yes. He didn't even ask you out today. He's piggybacking on our date, Bane protested. So is Daniel, I don't see you pushing him away, Megan told him. Bane closed his eyes. Okay then, you'll call me in the morning, he said. You know it, Megan said and waited for Bane's nod before heading back to the sitting room. She signaled at Dean, who was still standing and waiting for her. He came to her and took her hand. Everything cool with your guardian? He asked snarkily. Don't be a dick, Megan said, pulling him to the door. Sorry, Dean said and let her propel him out. He hurried his footsteps to catch up with her. I mean it. I'm sorry. Okay, she said. And I do want you in my life, he continued. My feelings for you are real. I know that much. Thank you, Megan said, not sure where all this was coming from all of a sudden. Thank you? Really? Why not just say you don't feel the same and save us both some heartache, Dean said, ushering her into the car. Megan laughed. It's a little ironic that you would say that, she told him as he slid into the driver's seat. Oh yeah? Why's that? He asked curiously as he drove off. Megan stared at him, grinning at his total obliviousness. Nothing. Forget it. They drove to Dean's house and Megan waited for common sense to set in, for her to change her mind about this whole just a booty call type relationship. But nothing happened, so she got out willingly when he opened the door for her and followed him into his apartment. Drink? He asked. No thanks. I'm way beyond my limit already. Okay then. Come here, Dean said, holding out his hand to her. She went to him and grasped his hand in hers, and he pulled her to the bedroom. Megan woke up in the morning not exactly sure where she was. She looked down at herself and noted that she was naked. She wasn't alone either, she could feel another entity in the room with her, breathing evenly. She looked around, the room was familiar. She'd been here before she knew it, but the pounding in her head was not letting her think. She turned onto her back and looked at the shape sleeping beside her, his arm draped over her stomach. Dean. She had spent the night with Dean Wesson. And she'd been so drunk that the whole experience was fuzzy. Go figure, she mumbled, wondering if she should slither out of bed and go clean up or if that was too much like pretending. Or maybe she should try waking him up. She regarded Dean as he slept. His long black lashes covered his green eyes, and with his body folded up like that, he looked like a small child, not a very tall small child, but nevertheless. His hair was a bit long in front, it flopped into his eyes, obscuring them from sight. She wanted to reach out and brush it back from his face, but she might wake him and she didn't want to do that. Not yet. When else would she have a chance to watch him like this? She moved slightly, wanting to get out of bed and visit the bathroom, but his hand tightened on her waist, holding her in place. She thought about just lying there, but her need was getting urgent, so she picked up his hand with hers and moved it slowly off her. He uttered an unconscious sound of protest but did not wake, so Megan was able to get her toe out of bed and then slither out. She crept to the bathroom and did her business, and then looked in his cabinets to see if he had an extra toothbrush by any chance. She found one in the drawer under the sink and brushed her teeth. Her mouth felt all furry and smelly, like a cat had crawled in there and died. She searched for mouthwash as well, just to clear the last of that taste from her mouth, and then headed to the kitchen to find some water to drink. Her eyes fell on the coffee maker and she shrugged. It looked all ready to go, all she had to do is switch it on, so she did. She looked around, wondering if it'd be overstepping to get some breakfast going. She was extremely hungry. Her eyes fell on the refrigerator and she crossed over to it and opened it. Eggs, cheese, tomato, she could make an omelet. The smell of coffee was beginning to permeate the room and her spirits were perking up merely breathing it in. She beat the eggs together and fished out a blender from one of the cupboards to mix the tomatoes and cheese together. She opened the freezer to see if there were any sausages and was gratified to find a pack of spicy sausages. She put them on the grill and then went back to her omelet. Just as she was about to fire up the frying pan, there was a chime as the doorbell went. She waited to see if there would be any movement from the bedroom, but nothing responded, so she went down to get the door. A smiling delivery man in white handed her a basket covered by a napkin, and she smiled her thanks and took it upstairs. Whatever was in it was clearly fresh baked just from the smell, and her stomach rumbled in anticipation as she peeked to see what there was. A pile of baguettes and croissants stared back at her as she looked inside, and her mouth began to water immediately. She selected one succulent pastry and popped it in her mouth as she went back to her cooking. The coffee was percolating merrily as she fried, and she heard footsteps behind her. "Good morning," a raspy, deep voice said behind her. "Morning," she replied, not turning around. There was a short silence punctuated by the sizzle of the eggs in the frying pan. "You look good in my kitchen," he said. "Thank you," she said, lifting the egg out of the pan with the spatula. She was dressed in his monogrammed housecoat that she'd found behind the bathroom door, and it was making her a bit self-conscious. She'd taken quite a few liberties with his home. "Breakfast is served," she said, presenting the plate of omelet and sausage for his inspection. "Where can I get coffee cups?" "Allow me," he said, straightening up from where he'd been leaning in the doorway in just his boxers and padding softly to a cabinet to get 2 cups out. "Black with sugar?" he asked her. "Actually, if you have cream and sugar." "Okay," he said, carrying the cups ahead of her to the little breakfast alcove where they could watch the sun come up as they ate. Megan was headachy and Dean was subdued, so it was a quiet meal, although not uncomfortable. "What are your plans for the day?" she asked. Dean was very absorbed in cutting his sausages. "Well, obviously it's a work day." "Do you have work today?" he asked, finally looking up. Megan shook her head. "Well, would you maybe like to spend the day with me?" Dean asked. He sounded tentative and Megan didn't know why. "Well, I'd have to check with Bane. I think we might have set up something for lunch, but I can definitely spend the morning with you," she said. Dean frowned. "Can't you cancel with Bane?" "Just this once?" He sounded pretty irritated. Okay, if you and me are going to go anywhere other than Booty Call Land, you're going to have to learn to get along with my best friend. Dean looked up at her with intense frustration. I don't refuse to get along with him. But you've had all this time with him, can't I have you for one day without him being in the way? He's not in the way and you're perfectly welcome to make plans with me in advance instead of trying to hijack Bane's plans. That way you're guaranteed as many hours as you want. Dean glared at her. So, what? Bane gets first priority always? That's not what I said, Megan said in exasperation. So what are you saying exactly? He asked, but his face was closed. I'm saying you've been making me feel like an afterthought in your life, she said with a shrug. Dean looked at her as if stupefied and then he burst out laughing. Megan stared at him, wondering what was funny. An afterthought, he repeated in disbelief. You're all I think about. Megan stared at him in disbelief. Really? That sounds like a line. Dean leaned back in his chair. He picked up his coffee cup and drank as he looked at her. How many afterthoughts in your life bother to meet your mother? He asked her. You'd be surprised at the lengths people go to, she said, sipping her coffee. Dean stared into his cup for so long Megan wondered if he was maybe seeing something in there, maybe divining the future. Megan smiled wryly at the thought. Dean finally looked up, fixing his deep green eyes on her. What do you want from me, Megan? He asked. Chapter 14. What makes you think I want anything from you? Megan asked. Dean shrugged. I don't know, you just seem to be dissatisfied with us. I'd like to know what I can do to change that. Megan tried to think what she could possibly say to that, but nothing came to mind. So she reached forward and pressed her lips to his. He kissed her back, but his enthusiasm was limited, so she pulled back a bit to look him in the eye. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing's wrong, he said, but his face was closed. Megan leaned back staring at him. How about we try something new? She suggested. Hit me, he said. Let's stop with the endless talking and just live. Let life take us where it will. That's a pretty bohemian plan for Megan. I knew exactly which college I would attend as soon as I was born, Leonard. Hey! Let's not exaggerate, Megan said, laughing. What? You waited until you were in preschool? He asked, making her laugh even harder. Yes, I did. I thought the kindergarten teacher was an excellent consultant. Well, bully for you, Dean said. So can we just allow ourselves to live or not? Megan asked. Dean stared at her, a slow smile starting on his face which Megan recognized from last night. Apart from that, she said, grinning back. I just want to spend time with you. I don't care what we do, he said. You say the sweetest things sometimes, she said. Dean picked up the dishes and took them to the kitchen. Megan made a move to go clean them up and put them in the dishwasher, but Dean stopped her. I have someone who comes in to do that, he told her. Oh, well, excuse me, she replied, her mouth making a moue of faux awe. Come sit with me on my balcony and tell me something about you I don't know. Okay, Megan said, her heart speeding up as he pulled her along. Her wrist felt hot where his fingers closed around them, and she could feel little jolts of electricity zooming up and down her arm. Did that not stop once you had sex? Did they have sex last night? Did we have sex last night? She said aloud. What? Dean said, settling her in his lap as he sat on the settee on the balcony. You don't remember? My brain is fuzzy, Megan excused herself. No. We did not have sex last night, Dean said wearily. Why not? Megan asked. Because you were out of it and you kind of blacked out in the middle of kissing me. Don't apologize. You looked cute while you did it. And I tucked you in and folded myself around you and fell asleep holding you in my arms. And it was enough, he said softly, butting his head against hers. Megan lifted her head to look him in the eye and he looked back at her with a smile, eyes intent on hers. She leaned forward, pressing her lips to his, hoping he wouldn't pull back again. Central Park, of course, he said. Of course. Yeah, sure, I'd love to have a picnic with you at Central Park. Hey, can we look for the Central Park and go have coffee while we're there? She joked. Dean looked quizzically at her, not getting the joke. Megan began to sing. So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you're broke, your love life's DOA. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year, but I'll be there for you. When the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you. Like I've been there before. I'll be there for you. 'Cause you're there for me too. You're still in bed at 10 and work began at 8. You've burned your breakfast, so far things are going great. Your mother warned you there'd be days like these. But she didn't tell you when the world has brought you down to your knees and I'll be there for you. When the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you. Like I've been there before. I'll be there for you. 'Cause you're there for me too. She drew out the last word, looking him in the eye as she said it. Dean looked completely bemused. From friends, do you know the coffee shop where they all used to meet? Megan clarified, since Dean still looked lost. You rich folks still watched Friends, right? Of course I did, Dean said a tad sharply. I had a serious thing for Lisa Kudrow's character. Phoebe was everything I wanted in a woman, he said nostalgically. That's so wonderful. You've wandered rather far from your comfort zone, don't you think? She asked. Dean studied her. I don't think so. You have street smarts, a heart of gold, sense of humor, value your friends. You're practically twins. Ha. Except for the blue eyes and blonde hair, Megan said. Dean waved a hand in dismissal. Superficialities, he stated airily. Megan laughed but didn't bother to argue with that. You also have a great voice, by the way. Is that a black thing? Yes, Megan said deadpan. They were walking in the park hand in hand, watching the nannies with the babies sunning themselves. It was a mild day for November and the sun was visible, so people were taking advantage of it, enjoying the outdoors. Dean swung her arm back and forth, carrying the food basket that Carmen had been kind enough to make up, in his other hand. Hey Dean, isn't there someone you have to check in with? I haven't seen you take any phone calls today. That's because I switched it off, Dean said. What? Really? I thought yuppies never had their phones off. Technically, you're the yuppie here. I'm more of the ruling class. I'm the yuppie? How do you figure? You're the one working crazy hours as a consummate professional to earn your living. My living is guaranteed whether I'm working or not. Rub it in, why don't you? Megan grumbled sotto voce and Dean laughed. Don't worry, one day when the revolution finally comes around, we shall all be guillotined and yuppies will take over the world. I don't know about that. We might be classified as nobles rather than citizenry. We being these yuppies you speak of, though I don't agree that I'm one of them. Why not? Dean inquired, looking down at her with a smile in his eyes. Because for one thing, I work in the ghetto. For another, my sole reason for living isn't the acquisition of wealth. Don't even joke about that. It is actually not funny to be thought of as a gold digger. No one thinks of you as Dean began before Megan smartly cut him off. Kindly let's not tell each other unnecessary lies, she said. Dean was quiet for a bit, thinking about that statement. What would you call a necessary lie? He asked. It was Megan's turn to think. Well, for example, not telling your father about us because you fear it's bad for his health would be a necessary lie. Fair enough, Dean agreed. But when does that stop being fair to you? It stops being fair to me if you're only doing it because you don't want to rock the boat or you don't think I'm important enough to you to let people know that I'm a part of your life. Wow. I miss the days when things were cut and dried, Dean said, scanning the surroundings for a good picnic spot. You're telling me, Megan agreed. Dean looked down at her, studying her with his head tilted to the side as if he could discern her secrets that way. I'm sorry about Samantha and what she's trying to do. I promise to defend you this time with my peers and not just let her run amok, he said. I don't like that she's saying these untrue things about me, but I also don't want to fight with her. I get that she's hurt and she's lashing out or whatever, and maybe she has the right to that. You were her boyfriend for a really long time after all. There's a line. And if she crosses it? I know, Dean said. And this isn't your problem. It's my problem. I created it. Strictly speaking, breaking up with someone isn't creating a problem. Breaking up with someone because you think you're in love with someone else is. Megan was silent after that exchange, digesting what Dean had just said. She really didn't know what to make of it. How seriously to take it. This is a nice spot, Dean said, stopping under a maple tree. Megan looked up into the tree, scouting for any possible creepy crawlies that might drop unexpectedly down on her from above, but saw nothing. Yeah, okay, this is a good spot, she said, reaching for the blanket that lay atop the basket. She spread it out and Dean sat down, unpacking the food as he did so. There was a bowl of fried chicken with cheese and bread as well as a bottle of wine and brownies for dessert. Megan saw that Carmen had also packed a flask of coffee to eat with the brownies. Your housekeeper really knows how to pack for a picnic, she commented. Dean studied the food and nodded his agreement. He picked up a paper plate and placed food on it, passing it to her before filling his own plate. This is a good day, he said as he tucked in, his shoulder touching hers as they sat cross-legged on the rug. Yes. It is. I feel like I should have brought a classic novel to read to you after we eat though, Megan said, grinning at him. Next time, Dean said. Yes. Next time, Megan agreed. The end.